Hello, everybody, to the EMEA Open for Fate's Voyage Beyond. A lot has changed since the World Tournament. When was the last time we've seen these players competing against one another? And more importantly, a big patch has dropped where we've seen Elder Dragon nerfs and even the reviving of Samira. I'm Rory B. Alongside me today is By Attack. How you doing today, Bayer?
I'm doing amazing. Like, I cannot wait for the action today. It's the last open that we're gonna have, and I've been known for covering these EU opens, and I can wait to cast it today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think the patch has actually done some major changes, especially the death of Morgana in the meta we've seen with the most recent nerfs to her level up condition has really hit her hard, and also meant the reign of Mordekaiser has also gone down quite significantly.
Yeah, like the meta definitely changed quite, but still it's kind of the same that we had at Worlds, for example. So like, there's still some old decks, but also some new decks, like with things like Mastery as well, like popping off. So I'm kind of excited what people brought today.
Yeah, I'd be very excited if we do get to see some Master Yi or some Master Yi Nami floating around on ladder. So if we do get to see that, I'll be very excited. I'm a Jace, also returning a bit as a mid-range counter to the Elder Dragon, has been quite an interesting development after the Hextech handler changes. So, for our first match of today, we've got quite a bit of a banger. We've got Martial LoR Report. I'm sure a lot of you in the community know of him, and also APHPVH, who's going to be doing some absolute wonders, I think. Very, very strong player.
Yeah, these players are very good, and like especially Marshall, we know as well. PVH, big name in EU scene. He was having some quite results right in the last month. So like, yes. I'm very excited to see this matchup, and like it's gonna be definitely hype. And there we see as well the bracket here, and like there's some names that we know, also some of course new names.
Yep, I've got to respect FXXF because it's one of the few Brits that you get to see, as well as Doc Paladin. You don't get to see many British players in the top 64 very often. So my immediate non-bias has gone out the window, and we'll be seeing how they work out today. And I'm sorry, if they're on the board, I will be inherently rooting for them. But
yeah, like we got the Brit matchup, right? Like at the first, but. Yeah, a little bit biased. I get you. I'm gonna be a little bit maybe biased towards like Yeju, the guy that I played EU Masters with. So, but we see a lot of old names, right? Like things like Akari, right? Like that's the names that just blow into my mind, right? Like.
Also, really successful players in the past, such as Jin1100, who went very high in the last Open. Just looking through here. We're expecting for a great day of matches. I don't think there's any person I'm seeing right now who's a dead ringer for first place. We don't have any of our world champions returning from previous. We're not seeing Talpanator here or anyone like that. But I think that just makes the day much more exciting.
Definitely, I agree with that. Like we saw like people like Never Walk Alone TOS, people that were representing us on the World Championship. Maybe not doing that hard, but still like having amazing results even in Open. So I'm very excited to see that. Especially like for example Never Walk Alone, that he was having deep run in Aegis tournaments as well before. So.
Yeah, and hopefully we will be getting on to our first deck of the day very soon, which, if we're starting with Marshall, means we're in for a lot of Demacia. No, we're going to be starting with PVH here, with the Janet Volibear Elemental deck that really was on the rise initially with the release of Fate's Voyage, but really just wandered away from the meta scene, and now we're seeing a revival.
Yeah, I love this deck so much from before. Like, this deck is so powerful, it's doing so powerful things, especially Janna into Ishtar on turn 5, then having things like Sky Splitter to protect her, right? 10 health Ishtar is so powerful. And then things like Flock to finish it up. But second deck, we have Echo Kane, something that I have never seen
old
before.
School. It's really old school. It was toyed around with during the Darkin meta when before Kane got nerfed. And now, with Kane's champ spell getting the buffs, I guess PVH goes, you know what, let's bring it back. Why not?
I can see that.
There aren't obvious synergy points in this deck. It really is relying on just very strong cards like Echo being given Darkin equipment, and now the spell-slinging elusive deck that is Fizz Nami with a Rise in there just for good measure.
Yeah, Nami got the buff in the latest patch notes, so I'm kinda interested to see this, right? Like, these Rise decks with only spells, right? Using Rise as a region, not as a card itself, is something that we've seen before, but it was not really successful. Maybe, like, Alan had some success with it, but that was, like, really the only thing, and I'm excited to see this deck. It seems pretty hype.
Yeah, really excited. And now I'd say we're on to more of a bog standard list from Marshall, which is the Shen Jarvan. The only specialty of this deck is running the double Sacred Protector. A lot of lists do cut this card because it's a very bulky high end. But honestly, I watched some of Marshall's stream yesterday, and that Sacred Protector put in the work in getting Shen out and just summoning to keep tempo alive in a dead hand state.
I was like, one Opify only, but next up we have the Scout, the classic deck list, the Champions deck Wincon. This deck seems very, very standard, maybe something that catch me off guard is maybe the Chain West. That's maybe not that usual, but otherwise very standard deck list that I see here. Nothing really surprising.
It's just a bit of cheeky tech, isn't it? It's when your opponent happens to be playing P and Z and they have the perfect damage card and you just drop a Chain Vest on your Misfortune to deny the Aftershock and make your opponent just a little grumpy. And then we have the most, I'd say, relevant in our minds deck from both these players, as it did see some play at the World Tournament and the run-up to the World Tournament, which is Elder Dragon Elites, using the Elder Dragon buff to really hit Ardent Tracker, get that turn 4 buffed up unit that can just dominate the board.
Yeah, on the 3 singles combat, right? That's the meme about this deck. It's like, yeah, it doesn't have really any spells, but otherwise, pretty good list, and I'm pretty excited what people are gonna ban, because I'm not exactly sure myself.
Well, I think this ban phase is really hard for Marshall, because PVH has brought such strange decks. Like, there'll be no data on these decks, really. So Marshall is just gonna have to go off feel and intuition alone in this ban phase.
Yeah, definitely, like, that's the advantage that PVG definitely has here, because, like, he played quite a lot of these decks, right? But Marshall, I assume that he never played into things like Echo Kane, right? So it will be very, very hard for him to maybe see the ban, and maybe PVG will be, okay, I know this matchup isn't that good, but Marshall might not know it, so this is a big advantage for PVG, and that's maybe the thing that, when you bring these strange decks, it's something, that goes into your way, that, like, you have the matchup knowledge, you have the deck knowledge, that other people don't, and yeah,
I definitely agree. Especially as a lot of these Demacia decks aren't running much in the form of interaction, means this Fizz Nami could just run away with it completely, and we're gonna get to see the rogue of Echo Kane and how this really works inside of the match, because I feel like they just get dominated by the challenges of the scout units. The Fleet Feather Tracker, the Petricite Broadwing, all of those lot are just going to be a really hard time for cultists to stick on the board.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Like, and yeah, as we can see, like, Marshall just went for the tactic that he just banned maybe the deck that he thinks is the strongest, and then, like,
the
going into
strongest.
the 2 unknowns that, but very interested to see what's going to be up next.
Excellent opening hand from Marshall here. We're going to see the Sculptor develop into the Misfortune, which is really all you want in this matchup to get that MF level up rolling. We will likely see a develop of the equipment here, but just an early time trick, getting those predicts in to progress PVH's Echo's level up.
Yeah, the only issue that I see here is, like, Marshall attack token. You want to usually attack on 3, because it's just so much better. Naturally, with things like Queen, MF. But when you're attacking on 4, you can then, of course, utilize things like Genevieve, right, in the later turns, but
yeah, you can definitely use the Sergeant into Genevieve as a 5-6 combo, which will just give you complete board domination. That Make It Rain, clearing out all of PVH's units, going to be rough, because now PVH has to develop his elusive, and it's just going to be immediately challenged.
Yeah, I like this play quite a lot by Marshall. It was very knowledgeable that, getting the 2-3 kills as well, 1 damage on the Nexus. I like this play as well. It's like, it's pushing so much pressure, right? Like when you look at the bird. And like, when we look at it, we might like CS on turn 6 then as well. Like, it's pretty scary for PRG here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, if I was Marshall, I'd start considering banking mana next turn. You can just drop a Sculptor, and then you have 3 mana carried over to turn 6. Another Champion Strength, that's got to be his plan now, unless he just decides to go wide and try and get 2 Misfortunes on board with the Sergeant. But I don't think that's a good enough gamble when you have a Champion Strength right there. Oh, going for it, actually.
He's maybe scared of like some interaction that PVG might have. Things like, of course, Quicksand.
Well, there's no Quicksand in this deck list specifically. But the freezes,
like freezes,
yes.
yeah, freezes as well. Like things like Vioda, right? That might be something that he's scared of, and I can definitely see that as well. Like, but you can just wait out. Go turn 7 into maybe turn 8. See, that's maybe something that you can do. Back to back big attack swings.
Issue is PVH just hasn't been able to stick any units on board thanks to that Maker Ray. And the Chrono Break, usually an amazing top deck, but I don't know how much value PVH is actually going to get out of it this match. Luckily, the Mariam being discounted will give him another blocker. But Marshall's 5 wide, and you're pretty sure that Echo is going to get challenged by the Broadwing.
Yeah, he's like 5 wide, but like the issue is like always that scouts it, right? That was the thingy that like they don't have any reach, right? Like they can rally on here. They can maybe sometimes like do things like with the Make It Rain or MF attack, but they don't have any reach, right? And that's something that you can maybe sometimes drop up to like 1 HP, 2 HP, and they don't really mind it. So that's something that we might even see here, especially with the Chrono Break now in the hand from PBH. This might be pretty bad for Marshall.
Definitely, and with the free time tricks that PVH will be receiving, if you find a second Chrono Break, that could be completely game flipping if you're able to activate it, because then you have 2 Echoes on board in theory.
And especially like considering that Marshall is only 9 HP now. Like that's also something that is kind of worrying, right? Like it's just 2 Echo swings, right? And then like you have to start blocking, and that's a big issue.
And we haven't seen much of the synergy points of the Echo Kane yet. I'd say PVH has just been playing units on curve that happen to come into their hand. We haven't seen the cultists be prioritized to get that free Kane in hand, drawing from the deck, of course, from his Runeterran region. And now, will we see another Chrono Break? No. Eye of the Storm. I honestly, I think maybe it's just a skip on the predict.
Yeah. I would just.
I don't love any of these personally.
Like they're just too expensive, right? You don't have the mana to spend just to draw cards, right? Like you have so many cards already in your hand, and like there's no reason to do that. As well, you're gonna get another time trick from the Echo that you're gonna get here. So like there's no really reason to go for that. We got. I would assume that we skipped and we got a spell shield.
Because I'm just
why would
checking.
we pick spell shield otherwise, right?
So yeah, Marshall doesn't run any strike spells, so it has to have been a top deck, which is very unfortunate for PVH.
It's of course not the greatest, but it's still like fine, we're still like chilling here with the Echo, and like we can go for another shot on another rally here. We miss yet again. Kind of unfortunate.
It's on. Looking at here. Oh, Unforgiving Chord is excellent into Marshall's current hand, because Marshall is really relying on these champion strengths to break through. Misfortune halfway progressed, hasn't been able to find any scout units to double up in a turn. Yeah, and now PVH is going to get another draw for free from this Echo.
I said that, as you mentioned, like, it's half of the progress, right? So, like, you need 3 swings to kill with the ability, if you think about it, right? That way, so...
Oh,
it might be very hard, and we got another Chrono Break, and this seems very good for PVG. This seems very hard for Marshall now, especially with, like, considering with the freeze and stuff. Yeah. Also, we can just, like, block, and then, like, just rally, right? That's also something we can do. Like...
Yes. Yeah, definitely. PVH. Holding a lot of mana. What's scary for Marshall here is even with the full attack, 1 Chrono Break, and it basically nullifies the champion strength.
But of course, like, if you are a Marsher in this spot, you're like, okay, I've seen already one,
Oh!
you know.
PVH tap below freeze mana.
Yeah, because I think he's just gonna block, kill the unit, and then and then just gonna break. I said that like Marsher is like, if they have it, they have it. I think this is like the spot that like, okay, if they have the chrono break, I cannot beat it, right? And that's something that we're gonna see here and be just big punish from PVH and like probably gonna result in his win. But of course, as said, we still need only 2 swings with this MF to.
Yeah, I was just thinking 4 HP, dangerously low. Keeper of the Box could provide PVH with a good amount of sustain, but actually going for the Miriam instead, going to be able to refill the spell mana for PVH.
It's like Miriam in the end is like effectively -1 mana, right? So
yes,
it's very effective in these turns, and like especially like because we have the momentous choice in our hand, we even able to kill the MF if she like blocks the echo or something like that. So it seems very good for us.
I doubt we'll be seeing Misfortune blocking. That's a very Misfortune blocking the echo would be very dangerous for Marshall when he's tapped to have resources.
Yeah, I do agree, but you know, it could have been the case, but we did it this way. But we're still able to protect the echo. But of course, even though it doesn't seem that good for Marshall, in the end, like he just needs to win.
He just needs to
MF.
top deck another Misfortune, to be honest. And then his Make It Rain could end the game on the spot.
Yeah. Here's the issue that we have the freeze as a PVH, right? Like, because PVH has the freeze, Marshall, if he swings, then, you know, the MF is gonna trade. Actually, she's not gonna trade because we have the ability, but... Wow, this is interesting.
On the defensive, finds another Misfortune. Ooh. Wait, that means Misfortune levels on the attack. Yeah, which means it's just lethal. It's just lethal. PVH trying to find an answer. Keeper of the Box. I could do it.
It's wielder. Ooh, third Konabek is not it, right?
Do we not Keeper of the Box here and just pray? Oh no, because they'll both level. They'll both level. Never mind. I'm pretty sure Marshall is just pushing 6 to face with double Misfortune here. And the Scrutinizing Sergeant find clutches the matchup for Marshall, going 1-0 in the series.
Oh, very, very broad play by Marshall. Like, honestly, I would play it a little bit different there because, like, you could have thought about, like, swing with MF, right? And because we would get the ability buffed up, then she would basically survive even after freeze, right? Yeah, and then you would be able to CS and attack again. That was something that I would maybe do. But Marshall going for the play that worked actually better into PVH hand because PVH had answer to that because he had the spell shield that would be able to save the echo and kill the MF, right? So
yeah, completely.
Very interesting play by Marshall that worked, and I'm definitely down to it. I guess he might be playing around that, so I like that. I like that.
I really, really enjoyed that series of events. Unfortunately for PVH, though, looking at this opening hand, it's not great. Being forced to use Time Trick early just to get some cultists onto the board in order to use that Darkian equipment. It's not great, but actually finding a decent curve now through the use of the predicts manages to clutch up this early game. While Marshall,
big clutch,
no champions in hand.
Like it was such a bad handle, but like it just got so much better with this series of end. But you know, the time take into the predict, into now one drop, into the harpoon, right? Like it's so good.
Oh dear, if PVH goes for the attack, no, actually lives because if you form up the Petricite Broadwing because of the quick attack, it's going to go down to 1 HP, or it strikes back. Yeah, so Marshall feeling forced to use a single combat here.
Yeah, it's like turning down the pressure that would PVH have, right? Because it would be like 5 damage and you don't really want to like block it and stuff. So I like this play. Only issue with this play is like now you don't have the single combat for things like Echo, right? That can be very valuable in the future. But at the same time, like you just turn off opponent's pressure. And, like as well, like Echo is not flipped yet as well. Like, he's 2 out of 4. So I'm fine with that play in the end.
PVH does have the buff spell, so the form up will not be lethal on Kane. Considering his moves right now.
We can just harp, right? And
okay.
Just eat it with the quick attack. Quick attack is a very powerful keyword in these Demacia matchups because, you know, how much value it provides. We can still save the unit if we really want. But we decided to not.
I don't think wasting form up there would be worthwhile.
Yeah. We could have saved it with 1 HP, right? And then pull the Kane and go for maybe for lethal.
Marshall going for 10 damage here from the Jarvan in hand. I think it's very bold if you're looking for lethal. No, okay, just gonna use the free barrier from Jarvan. PVH. Just using the Unforgiving Cold as an answer. Kane will level here.
Kane level is big because I would assume that we're gonna go for Raz and then we can get some healing in.
I think going taller than these Demacia units is your main key to victory here. Just getting the healing going as well. Because you can take out Jarvan very easily now.
Yeah, you can take out the Jarvan as well. You have also now the Weirdos that can also provide you another 4 heal, with this game. This Raz will go kind of crazy, to be honest. Shadow Assassin is usually just the niche choice that you go for, maybe sometimes, but in this spot, the Raz is just so much better.
And another momentous choice as well just means this Rast will not be falling anytime soon. Marshall's big out right now is the Sacred Protector. Summoning that Shen and getting the barriers rolling so the Kane will not be able to get those slay procs. And thus being stuck on lower HP.
This second moment is so big. I cannot explain how big it is because we have double momentus now with Weirdos in this turn. That's so crazy to me. We can now go for attack, go for health, and still keep the Rast. It's so big.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised Marshall didn't decide to barrier the Jarvan here. When your only resources are form up and PVH has that many cards in hand, I just think it's very aggressive.
I think he didn't play around double momentous. He was man, maybe my opponent has 1 momentous and I'm gonna be fine. But this is big punish, as we could have seen, and how big it was as a pickup.
I am curious if we're going to see the strike spell onto Sacred Protector, just denying that double attack, which would be so punishing.
This is so bad for Marshall. This Raz is doing some work here, and it's crazy to see.
Marshall can attempt to go wider. Has the Kinku student now, so those barriers are going to be multiplied. But, it's very, very worrisome. Furious will destroy to the Kinku student. I think a little bold, as they'll be able to copy shields. So you'd be able to get multiple shielded units with something like a the name has crossed my mind, but it's the 4 mana shield that goes to 2 mana when supported.
I know what you mean, but I can see his play because we see the Shen in hand, right? It's a card that PHE sees, right? And he doesn't want to give this 2-drop a barrier, right? So that's something that he wanted to shut down as early as possible. Of course, there were some ways with it, but if your opponent plays that barrier just to save its 2-drop, is it actually that bad for you? Something that maybe you can consider. And I to be honest, I like the play, even though I can see maybe a little different line then, though.
Question is really for PVH, will we be seeing the Staratu coming out this turn? Darking going to give a lot of value.
We can just go for Echo. Yeah, I can see that as well. Because we can go Echo into the temple and just have the insane value from that, right?
Shen now getting closer to leveling. Will level next turn with the Stand United as that champion spell. Yeah, Marshall just going... Sorry, PVH just going for easy pickups to fully heal the Kane as well with that Slay proc.
This Sacred Protector is pretty big draw because not only it protected the Shen now, but also it gave us... Wow. Oh yeah,
that's massive.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's massive. I forgot about the followers. Yeah, if you play the 4 followers, that you're gonna get the free Kane, and now the Kayn and the Raz is going crazy and just killing everything.
9 HP as well, outside of a leveled Shen, giving the attack buff to whoever's barriered. This Ras is just too damn tanky. He's gone taller than what Demacia has provide. Marshall, you're in a tricky situation here. How do you claw your way out? You have no Sacred Protectors left.
It seems very rare. Like it's like the bird that you're looking at your bird, you're looking at your enemy bird, and like, can I attack into this even? Like it's just the desperate. Like it's just the thingy with like with most of the Demacia decks that they play. Like the second you get behind on bird, it's not usually good for you. Unless you have things like Champion Strength, right, that we saw in the past. But of course, Jarvan doesn't play that card, so you don't have that free out of the jail card. So.
Yeah.
It's so sad. It's so sad, yeah.
Marshall's struggling a bit here because if he challenges with the dragon, and then uses Stand United, the Kayn has a different attacker because you'd swap out the Screeching Dragon. So it's having to preemptively use the Stand United to get the attack buff, likely going to form up as well. Rust will fall with this, but it's such a big investment.
Yeah, I think it does kind of work, I guess. But
it works, definitely, yeah.
But at the same time,
wow.
You don't have any
for
cards
the time
left.
trick.
Yeah, we hit those, right?
Yeah. PVH are really putting all the eggs in his basket to try and get a chrono break here. If that does happen, it's very likely Marshall just hits the concede button, to be honest.
Oh!
Gets the chrono break!
You know,
of
like,
course.
Sometimes you know that you're a better player than your opponent, you know? And that's when you do these kind of plays.
The Darkened Weapon will also keep all of its buffs. So this Kayn is getting big back again.
Yeah.
Yep, and Marshall just top rights into surrender. 1-1, tying up the series. So,
interesting game. As we can see, like, Jarvan just wasn't big, and then like the Raz just did so much work. Not that it, like, how much health it healed, how much units it killed. Like, that's what Raz is able to do, and like the W of the draw was very, very crucial in that matchup as well.
Really, really crucial. And we're just seeing the power of PVH's deck kind of just running good units. I know that sounds a bit iffy, but it really was just these characters are strong on their own, so I'm just going to lob them together. And gotta say, the early predicts being able to find the Bakai into Mariam was very clutch.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But now we are in the last game of this series, and we can see the Nami phase. Pretty good hand from Marshall, especially like into elusives, right? Having double blocking Badger is kind of good, as well with double single combat, you know, so you can kill things like Nami, right? You can kill things like Bebe as well, so it's pretty good hand by Marshall, not gonna lie. Especially like also with like double Shen. Like, this hand is kinda crazy good.
And a Jarvan, just to top it all off. PVH here using Fizz, sees the double Badger Bear into immediate despair. Just going for the attacks, yeah, why not? You gotta cycle that stylish shot.
Yeah, we have the Bundle Toaststones, right? That's something that we, I guess, gonna go with PVH.
Yeah.
So we kill both of Badger Bears, but you can still see the form up in the Marshall hand. And like, this is so bad.
Clear out all these elusive blockers. PVH does have draw in hand, so all of his units dying isn't the end of the world. Doesn't feel great though. Marshall debating on whether this form up is used here.
Yeah, you can speculate if you want to use it or keep it like for some challenges in the later game. I would probably do it. It's just like so good value, right? Like, it's just so good value.
And now, as we're seeing Demacia do it, it's a mid-combat trickery. PVH unfortunately will lose that stylish shot. He committed at the top of the round. And a Screeching Dragon pull from Marshall. He's very happy about that. Another challenger to get rid of all these pesky backline units and elusives.
What a job by Marshall, because I was kind of scared for him, because like in the end, like sure PvH like lost his elusives, but in the end, like Marshall also lost both of his budget, right? So I was maybe like it's fine, but now like with the Screeching Dragon there are as well another Jarvan that of course if we have one on board, the second gonna convert into Cataclysm. That's also an amazing way of interaction in the opponent's deck. So as well, like PvH not having any units at all in his hand, and that's so sad. Another Veggie.
Wow, that's absolutely brutal. We won't even see this Coral Creatures live long enough for the crumble from the Shadow Us Tailstones to come into effect. As now PvH just going through his jumble sale of a hand right now. Fishing for anything possible. Gets a BB, but is it enough? You have no damage spells in your hand to even deal with this board.
Like you have damage to enemy's face, I guess, with things like Warning Shot, right? Like Stylish Shot. But we can see the Cataclysm from Jarvan. We can see the single combat. Like, these things are so big for Marshall to have.
It's completely backbreaking for PvH right now. Not knowing that Marshall has 2 more strike spells. Marshall's really prayed to some deck gods today to get these really good hand draws. So, BB's dropping. Probably immediately answered with the Cataclysm, yep.
And that's the thing, like, if it was only one strike, you would be like, okay, I'm just gonna freeze here, right? And I'm gonna be fine, and maybe go to find Lita next turn. But we can see the single combat as well with the Cataclysm. Like, this is so crazy. Like, the second copy of Jarvan GS was so big for Marshall.
So, what? I actually no perfect mana for it. So you, in theory, PvH could 3 sisters, Screeching Dragon, and then if Jarvan tries to use single combat, you can use Shadow Us Tailstones to get Mark of the Isles. Instead, actually going for the Entomb.
Ooh. It seems very bad.
Unfortunately, PH Marshall just 1 more unit. Has to deal with 2 threats now. As Marshall likely will just open swing. No surprise there. As long as Marshall doesn't challenge the powder keg, it looks just like a steamrolling.
It should have those one attacker, but we cannot stop the second one.
Yes.
And
unfortunate. Yep, and there's PvH. Hitting that surrender button, Marshall moves through to the next round. And it's a shame. I feel like we didn't get to see what this Nami Fizz deck wanted to do. Right?
Yeah,
Marshall
we didn't get Nami, right?
Has too much speed on board with those bulky 4/4s that are dropping on turn 3. PvH just was left in the dirt from the tempo that Demacia brought.
Yeah, and as it could have seemed like one-sided so much, PvH wasn't that far away from winning the game, to be honest, because like the BB could, like there was also second BB coming in, and like honestly, I think like PvH was maybe able to find Lita next turn. So like it seemed maybe more one-sided than it was, as well. Like Marshall was pretty crazy, to be honest, but no, it worked out.
It was a very good hand for Marshall. But obviously he played well. We're not saying that him top decking every answer carried him through. Marshall has played the series very well. We're not taking anything away from him. And in the Battle of the Brits, Marshall has knocked out PvH for the coming set. Checking now if we're able to get into another match right now. We're currently looking. But were these off-meta decks, in your opinion, Pyodek, were these off-meta decks really the best to have brought? Or do you think PvH was having a bit of fun, thought the element of surprise would be enough to help him carry through?
I think it was kind of both. I think he was kind of having fun as well. PHE was somebody that we saw before having some success with these like non-meta decks. He made so many like deep runs before with such a deck. So I think he might have actually believed that these decks were like actually very good.
Sleeper
But
in the meta.
it's hard to it's hard to say. Maybe also having a little bit more fun. In the end, it's the last open. So why not?
Well, for now, not the last open ever. That's not confirmed. But yeah, if to those decks are an example for what the rest of the day is going to look like, I'm very excited. I'm actually gonna look through some of the decks here. We've got some Jax Ornn, we've got some Elder Dragon, the basic stuff. But I'm also seeing some Shyvana, some Echo Jinx, and some Ashe LeBlanc. So quite a wide variety of decks that we've seen in the last year coming up and popping up in this top 64.
Yeah, a lot of one-offs, and like the meta isn't that, it's not that lame with like Elder Dragon, Morgana, Shyvana and stuff. Like it's more into things like Jananila, Ashe LeBlanc, right? That's something that I'm excited to see. And as I said, like a lot of one-offs. I don't think we ever seen that many one-offs. So I'm very excited if we're gonna watch some of them, because some of them seems very spicy. So we have one lurk as well.
So I've just heard from production, we're getting into match. It's Juba versus Skills here. Juba being 1-0 up, and whoa, that's some board. What is going on here? We've got the Cataclysm. Oh, sorry, not the Cataclysm. I call it the Cataclysm. But we've got Big Cat on board, ready to just smack in, and even a Warden of the Tribes is not enough bulkiness. Stop Skills coming in. It looks like we're seeing the very end of this match, as nothing can stop this 30-30 overwhelm.
Like, I guess nothing. Of course, we could have seen Juba didn't have any freezes, but maybe Skills was still thinking about some, things like freezes, right, from Juba.
Of course,
in the end, we play Ferret. But yeah, we just come in to see him Big Cat win. I'm definitely down for that. And we're gonna follow with Varden into Karma Set.
Karma Set. Wow, who would have guessed someone brought this to the top 64? Yeah, obviously, we've all seen it. It's the cut and paste deck from the last, I feel like, year and a half. So no surprises in there. But Nora Freljord, normally not seen in standard because Eternal has the spirits within, spirits unleashed, able to bulk them up. But going for a tribal deck here, just using Nora as a great Yordle to help with this zoo synergy.
Yeah. When Varden got first buff, Nora Varden was actually the first deck that we were playing. I remember Amtax was playing that deck quite a lot before. And it was like pretty good deck, and now also with like new things like, of course, there's Skills Nova deck and stuff. I can definitely see it compete, especially in this matchup where Karmaset is pretty good into like these matchups that are not that fast. But the issue of this Varden deck for Karmaset is that this Varden deck just puts up big threat into big threat into big threat. That's something that Karmaset has. Yeah, it has some answers, but not that many answers.
A big one is also Karma Set utilizing recalls a lot to generally deal with high-cost units. If you recall Warden of the Tribes, it just drops and rebuffs the entire board. Mm-hmm. So that's an immediate answer to what Karma Set really wants to get done.
Yeah, exactly. You've seen the Aduski sort of going down to Aftershock, and now we can see some kind of clunky hand from both of the players. Both of them gonna be hoping to draw something better for the later turns, because Juba doesn't have any pressure. That's maybe something that you want to be having in this matchup, to put up some, early bird into the Varden. But of course we have a lot of turns and a lot of draws before us.
Yes, quite a lot. Yeah, we're not expecting things to get heated until turn 8 to 9, where Skills is praying to get that Karma on the board and that set activated. Right now, Juba is just striking in with these constructs and daring Skills to remove them and saying, I could high roll a really nice portal here. I'm very happy if they end up dying.
Yeah, the double pythons is not something that you want as Juba though. This cat is pretty bad in this matchup. As well, like, we can see also one Opify in Skills, and so you can even answer one of them. So doesn't seem the greatest. I'm surprised to not see block here, because I would maybe go for like, cycling the Protoss. Protoss can give us like some card draw as well. That's maybe, then getting closer to some bigger units. But we decided to not do. We're just preserving the bird. That's also maybe a valid play as well.
Oh, Zhubar going for the pass, not even trying to sack any of these Fae, but luckily for Zhubar, Nora did get that Omen Hawk buff. And now it won't die to Mystic Shot. Equipment destruction is an interesting one into Karma set. You don't run equipment.
Oh.
I feel like Zhubar just misclicked, unless I'm just checking now if they have discard fodder in their deck, and sorry, if they have discard spells in their deck and are just using that as fodder. But it's a very interesting line to say the least.
Yeah, we just double check. Like, I guess Karma can create something that can give you a weapon. Usually in this kind of matchups, like most of them are pretty weird.
I think the only spell Karma could generate that gives you a weapon would be the Golden Spatula.
Yeah.
The Weapon Master card. And if that line happens, that would be the best prediction Zhubar has ever done. And I think would be hailed as a bit of an oracle in certain places. So, yeah, I feel like it's a misclick, but obviously I'm not in Zhubar's head, so they could have a secret plan within a plan, even. As skills most likely just going to answer this Nora here, just chucking damage spells. You got plenty of them in your deck. You don't have to be conservative about that.
Yeah, and that's like so big that we got the Omen Hawk buff, right? Like now we forcing 2 answers instead of just 1 Mystic Shot, right? And that's something that's like it's so big for us. But in the end, like skill still has so many cards. Turn 8 is gonna be soon, and like the issue is like we don't have any pressure, we don't have any bird, we have quite a lot of spells, but that's not something that you want to have in this matchup, and it doesn't seem the greatest for Zhubar, not gonna lie.
Zhubar here now finding the landmark destruction, just predicting that Sunken Temple drop next turn. Very scary. What do we get out of the portal? Knuckle, actually. Mako isn't a bad unit by any means. I think Zhubar, probably one of the best rolls they could have got here.
Yeah, it's very good. I wouldn't say the best. I probably the cat is the best, right? The 2-mana cat. One of the best. I can see that there. Like it's giving us at least some play this turn, right? And that's something that definitely excites me, right? But the like issue, even like if we get like Varden, right? Like next turn, like how big Varden actually is here? Like we got Nora, we got Junk Construct, we got Dog,
Fae, Bird, Dog,
Hawk,
and Yordle. So it's currently a +4.
Yeah, that's still not that exciting, right?
It's
like
not
it
great.
doesn't. It's not game ending, and you can see the karma in the skills end that is gonna be online in 2 turns. Of course, the issue with this karma though is that like we don't have any like draw spells, right? We don't have any.
A lot of it is reactive. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I guess we have like Iron Toaststones for the 4-mana draw 1, but it's also not the greatest thing that you want to do. But
yeah, and then if you do go for that line, you are throwing away a heal of 8. If you just use it to draw when your HP is at 20, which won't feel amazing, but frankly, I think skills would be feeling very comfortable right now anyway. You don't really care.
Yeah, we decided to go double Pythos. I think that's fine. We're gonna probably see the Notify from skills, because if you look at the Nora deck list, we can see only Pythos and Group Shot being the less than 3 mana fast or slow speed spells. As well, of course, the landmark destruction from the theory drop as well. But I would usually see the Notify here, because it's just such a good, because also you also like deny the second part. We can just recall, and like then we can go with 9 lives again, right? Because it turns to the spell again.
Yes. That would be an interesting play. It does mean you don't have any protection for your karma, though. You don't really care when you know Zhubar has such limited ping spells now after committing 2 Pytosses.
Yeah, like the big thing for Skills is now that he kinda knows what it is in Juba hand, because he knows that there's two Pythos being played, right? And then we having the two Expert spells, right? Like sure, opponent had like 7 cards, but really only 2 of them are real currently, so that's something that of course is big.
This tag out's really funny to me because it means Juba can actually play Mako on turn 10 and get to play Bull for the rally.
Yeah, that.
Which, Skills actually finding set here. Really nice. Especially as Karma leveling next turn doesn't do a huge amount for Skills without any draw. So likely to see just the set dropping here, I feel. Keep up mana to recall that Warden of the Tribes when it drops. That's your only real answer for it right now, except for a stun, but that only buys you 1 turn.
Yeah, like it's kind of funny to see now, thanks to the takeout, we have actual play to do next turn, because like it's so sad. The Juba hand is so sad. We don't have anything, and like doing this play is like so bad for us. We passing, of course, Karma getting into turn 10, and this is so big for us.
So Karma going to 4 HP. Juba doesn't have the group shot activated right now because only has 3 units on board. Now the Mako going to create Bull, going to be able to rally here. But a well-positioned concussive palm just creates 2 blockers, 4 skills. It's just it's in coins.
We see like the palm as well. Like it's so many blockers. Like this is so bad for Juba.
Yeah, Juba, you're going to have to pull a miracle to be able to deal with this. I was wondering if Buried in Ice was the play, but obviously 1 deny and all your mana is gone.
Yeah. It just looks like, you know, like sure, you Buried in Ice opponents, but like are you killing them, you know? And this is like the Bull play is actually like maybe trying to kill them, but yeah, like it doesn't seem very winnable for Juba, not gonna lie.
It doesn't, but frankly, I've seen crazy things happen in this game, so I'm not going to rule them out until I see their Nexus explode. As, for all we know, Skills could just have the worst hand in the game. It's unlikely, as now is completely removing Juba's board with that doubled up Showstopper, but I actually wonder if Showstoppers... Oh no, it's used on Bull. I was wondering if you use it on the Junk Construct to deny the portal.
Yeah, I can see that, but that it's maybe too fun. Of course, like now Junkers like actually give us maybe some outs. You know, we can maybe just go crazy. Crazy series of event can happen, right? But it's so unlikely.
High note. Gets the high note, gets protection for the Karma here. I don't think one lizard is going to save you, especially with how weak that croupier is.
Yeah.
And now Juba might be playing on borrowed time.
And we decided to surrender. I think understandable. Like, I really didn't see any line that could have guaranteed us the win. Of course, it sucks, you know, in tournaments to just surrender.
It does.
Yeah. Sometimes you just see it and like, okay, what has to happen, right? Like, and that's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think there was like actually 0 outs here.
Yeah. Once the doubled up Showstopper completely removed Juba's board, it was like, well, not even a Ward of the Tribes can save you here. As Skills will be progressing on to the next stage. And I'd say Skills, looking at their deck list, much more standard tournament list that we've seen before, just utilizing the Power of Sunken Temple that we've seen over the last 4 months, especially in Worlds. It shouldn't come as any surprise to anyone that Sunken Temple is still a powerhouse in the meta.
Yeah, it's the double spell sinker decks, right? The Karma set and the Seraphine Janna, right? That's something that we've seen quite a lot from a lot of people, a lot of you know, people like Magin, right? People like Aikado, these players that like these decks, and it's a pretty powerful lineup. Then of course completed with the Mordekaiser Vego. That is also a very, very powerful deck that I don't mind the lineup at all, and I wouldn't be surprised if we make it, even further with this lineup because it seems very
absolutely.
powerful.
Yeah, very, very strong. So, we've seen quite a variety so far, and we hope to see a few different decks. I think we haven't seen enough Elder Dragon, to be honest, for today with how strong it is in the meta, and hopefully see it very soon. But right now, we're going to go over to a break just to have a few minutes, and we'll see you back in 5. Welcome back to the Fates Voyage Beyond Open, and we're going into our top 32. The next matchup that we'll be watching is Red Monty versus Mr. Scandalous. And honestly, I'm quite happy that we're finally seeing a control mirror, to be honest. Something a bit more stock standard. We can get the control mirror out of the way early so we don't have to deal with it any later. Fire, what are your thoughts about these two players coming into this?
Yeah, they're pretty known on the scene. Both of them we see multiple times in the open seasons as well. Of course, Monty maybe coming as more as a known player, but as well, Mr. Scandalous has some success. So, pretty excited to see this. Of course, as you mentioned, it's a counter mirror kinda. We have like both of them playing set deck as well, both of them playing Nila Jana. So it's gonna be kind of exciting series, and I'm looking forward for it.
Yeah, and I'd be very excited to get into... Oh, well, this is our bracket right now, but after this, I'd be very interested to get into the deck so we can talk about the differences between that Jana Nila mirror that we are likely to be seeing right now. But as we're going through the top 32 bracket, any surprises that shout out to you by attack at all?
Not really. Usually something that we expecting. From the matchups, what I see now is like Luna Asia was pretty hype.
Yeah, I don't think I see any massive surprises. No favored to win it all players going out in the top 64, which we do occasionally, does occasionally happen even. Any matchups that really pique your eye? I know you were wanting to maybe catch the end of Luna after our Red Monty Mr. Scandalous match.
Yeah, the Luna issue is something that I'm kind of excited about. But yeah, expected results. The favorites, as you mentioned, they're going, further. So I'm definitely excited to see them maybe eventually. But yeah, no surprises so far. Akari making it to top 32, of course, a very known player in the community as well. So excited to see that. And yeah.
If you're just joining us and weren't able to see the first round, we've seen a massive variety so far. We've seen an Echo Kane, we've seen 3 Demacia decks all in a single lineup. We might see that a bit later on, depending on how well Marshall does in the top 32. And we've also just seen some more stock standard Karma set, right? So we've had quite a large variety. And hopefully we will get into the next decks for the next matchup very soon. Here we are indeed. Yes, starting with Mr. Scandalous's Nila Jana, going for a very heavy unit-based Jana Nila list compared to Red Monty's more spell-based, which we'll see in just a bit.
Yeah, it's the classic, it's the most standard, it's the first version that we've seen before. Maybe with maybe addition 2 temple, but having things like blowback, having domestic shot, having as well the Wayland, having a lot of burn, and the more aggressive version, I would say myself, and something that goes a little bit more in phase. And next up though, we have something that doesn't go phase, and it is Seraphine Morgana, the classic Pursuit of Perfection deck with triple temple as well. Classic list kinda, not too surprising to me.
Immediately when Morgana was released, I saw a lot of people brewing with Seraphine, as Seraphine Targon was a niche deck, but it did have its place in tournaments. As the Obliterates from Celestial Impact actually came in clutch, and now we see the very tried and tested Karma set. No surprises anymore. The 9 lives buff that happened a few patches back has been very influential on this deck, actually, and has found its place in it.
Maybe something that catch my eye in this deck list is only one formula so that you want to have very much with things like set, of course, being able to then utilize it on turn 8. But next up, we have the different version of this deck, but with Seraphine as well, with Karma. It's once again the Pursuit of Perfection, triple temple. Once again, very standard. Don't see anything weird to me. Maybe the Druidic is something that maybe catch my card. And yeah, double notify to protect like temple, yeah.
Yeah, single jury rig. That's normally just also a mind game. as this is open deck list, just your opponent always figuring, can I swing with this 1 HP unit, or are they just going to burst a jury rig in and be really annoying? Now, Morgana Mordekaiser, we've seen this deck fall out of the meta quite significantly with both the hate spike nerf to not create a husk unless you have an Evelyn in your deck, and more importantly, the Morgana nerf to her level up progression, going from 8 to 10. But Red Monty still feels it's a juggernaut in the meta, it seems.
Yeah, and also we're using it with Targon, right? Not with the Masa, we don't use the third up anymore, but we're going into Targon. And the last deck, we see the Nila Janna. As we talked about it, it's a little bit different, it's a little bit slower, you know, going full on Temple, having 3 Temple, going on the Houseman as well, with things like Invocation, of course, and Divine Draft. So yeah, more contour version. I would say probably favorite in the mirror, if you ask me, because I do think it's just better to be a little bit slower when you're playing a mirror matchup.
Divine Draft can also do a ton of work in the mirror if there's 2 Windborn Mariners on the opponent's side, because that's so much value you can remove with just 2 mana. As we move into the ban phase, how are you feeling about this buy attack? Because I'm a little lost, because they're so similar to each other that a control deck is getting through for Mr. Scandalous.
Yeah, the fact that definitely does that. The bans can be definitely more about like preparation, because you know, and like also maybe then expectation what you're gonna mean. Maybe if you want playing like Mordekaiser as a Monty, you maybe want to ban like the Karma set, right? Because you're so scared of like, you know, opponent's recall. But then maybe like Mr. Scandalous can like you know, like see that and then maybe ban the Mordekaiser deck. So it's not that easy to say. I can even see like the Seraphine ban for Monty. I wouldn't expect the Nila Janna, but of course I might be completely wrong.
Well, Nila Janna has classically been a good answer to set Karma, because they're so much faster and can just get more bodies out that Karma is able to deal with. And Set just can't get that showstopper early enough into the game to deal with all the 1 HP units coming from Janna Nila. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Scandalous takes that off of the board.
It's not like that, like, very often when we see some lineups, it's just like so straightforward what they're gonna be banned, but it's not that straightforward, and now we can see the bans. As was talking, the Seraphine. Seraphine tends to beat the Karma, so that's why we may be helping it a little bit. But we also see the Karma ban as well, so up to the ban phase.
We will not be getting the pop star showing her face in this round of 32 here, as it's not going to start with a mirror. It's going to be Janna Nila versus Set Karma going into first game of this series.
As mentioned, Monty plays the less aggressive version of the Janna Nila, and I think that might be a little bit better in this matchup, because you have so much more value, right? You have so many more ways, and Houseman is just amazing in these kind of matchups. So we can see Temple from Scandalous hand, but we can see also the Aftershock in Monty hand, so this might be very interesting.
It really is whichever player gets Sunken Temple to stick early enough, isn't it? That really dominates this early game, at least. Both Aftershocks being drawn for Mr. Scandalous and Red Monty, though, means that the Temples really aren't going to have much of a sticking presence in this game. Now, Red Monty likely just to updraft that Divine Gale, as it is fleeting. 6 mana, it's a bit pricey.
Yeah. Of course, like, big thing for Mr. Scandalous in this matchup is that he, of course, plays the double Notify, so he might eventually draw into it, and then having the answer for Aftershock is, of course, very big. But also something definitely mentioned that maybe, you know, Mr. Scandalous might not be thinking about is that this Aftershock is only one-off from Monty. So, you know, he's sometimes maybe be like, it's not like that they have it, I'm just gonna play my Temple, and then get insanely punished by it, right? So
if they have it, they have it strategy coming through here. Ooh. Red Monty actually drawing into the Janna here might eat up Mr. Scandalous's Aftershock if he's felt threatened.
Yeah. So it needs both Aftershock and Hideout as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of resources.
We can also see the second Temple as well. So now Mr. Scandalous know that if he's gonna play both of them, at least one of them is gonna stake. So that's at least pretty good for him. But of course, this Janna is big threat though.
Or just throwing back the Janna into hand, losing a defensive tool for your Karma. Obviously feels that Red Monty just, even though you have a safety of another recall in hand, just doesn't think Red Monty has enough damage at fast speed to be able to really threaten a Karma or a set.
I don't mind the later play. I think it's like such a good like tempo play. Of course, like opponent's kind of gaining value on it, but you know, in the end, you are the Karma set deck. You are the deck that has the best value in the late game. So you know, it's just like delaying the game quite a lot. And now we can see the Temple into Aftershock. Maybe a little bit more, you know, aggressive play by Monty, but you know, Mr. Scanners only plays 2 Aftershocks, so maybe he was like, maybe he doesn't have it.
Monty really wanting to get this Janna online, unfortunately can't because Mr. Scanners is passing with the set mana open.
Yeah, just the threat of the set, right? Like, that's just something that a lot of people don't see as a power of set, but it's something that why I just do value set so much is that like even if you don't have it, you can just like pass on turn 5,
you
on
can
turn
just
6
bluff
and
it.
be like, I have it, right? And like, are you gonna play your 4 health, maybe 5 health unit right into my set that just can then die easily? So it's just such a powerful unit.
It's really strong here as we're seeing Sunken Temple first dropped by Mr. Scandalous. Yeah, just dropping Janna down now that she has safe mana to play with, and the Aftershock going to be answering.
So big. Also, like, he's trying the tempo now, getting so much tempo now as Monte. Like, he's gonna get so many cards next turn. Most of them gonna be discounted by the Janna, and like, he seems amazing. Husbands are not the greatest things that you want to get, especially if they are a fleeting one, because...
Especially because I don't think Red Monty's used elemental spells this game yet. Hasn't been forced to, and now the committing of the Janna on the open attack slept on the 9 lives. Has to use double tidal invocation as an answer.
Good thing for Monte is that like we have double Mariam, so we can be like, okay, thank you, Houseman, but we're gonna see you later in the game. And like, especially they're gonna be so discounted, right? That's something that can definitely catch Mr. Scandalous a little bit off guard. That like this Houseman's gonna be 4 mana, and that's something like, do you expect that in the late game?
Yeah, the Helmsman. Oh, actually, deciding to toss one of the Helmsmen. Says, I haven't used enough elemental spells. I don't care about this just bricking my deck right now. But Red Monty gets the Neela from Mariam. I believe she is leveled because Neela has been buffed now in the most recent patch to only require 15 cards drawn instead of 16. I believe she is leveled or very damn close to it.
Love it. Like, big thing, Neela is such a good card in this matchup because like it's so hard to deal with her. Especially like if you play her on your defensive turn as Monte, because then you're able to open attack, and then you know things like Palm are not that effective into her, and like then opponent needs to like double Mystic Shot it, and that's something that's why Neela so good in these kind of matchups.
Scandalous, kind of revealing that he has the Nopify because not much. Unless you're bluffing that you have a Mystic Shot, Mystic Shot won't have done anything there. So Red Monty likely has a clue that the Nopify is in hand.
Yeah, it also could have been like baited, you know, you can just sometimes do just like tag out, put it on stack, and
could have been a bluff,
know, pretend that you have the Nopify. That's something that you can see sometimes. And being very effective as well, especially like if opponents is really thinking about it, then they can get in some weird spots because of that. And we see second Neela, we see second Janna. Second Janna is amazing there because it's not only it's like +2 buff, but also it's giving us a lot of cards. That's something that we are of course lacking currently. So, but of course now it's the most crucial turn. It's turn 9. Next turn is Karma turn. It's turn 10, right? So you want to do as much damage as possible. And we see the Circuit Barrage, but you know, like we have the second Neela, right? And that's why she's so powerful in this matchup. Why she's so powerful. It's like over as a card. Like Nina is just so good in these spots when she's leveled.
Super powerful. Yeah, the 4 HP on a 2-mana unit is kind of nuts if you think about it. And Mr. Scandus just doesn't have enough damage. Searching now for any burn. Oh no, just actually regenning the mana. Maybe just says, I'll sack this attack, I'll take some Nexus damage, and then drop Karma so she opens leveled.
Yeah. Like, in the end, like, we're not pushing that much damage. Like, we're sure pushing some damage, but we have some healing, as Mr. Scandalous, right? In the deck. Because, of course, we're gonna shuffle our hand with the Templars. Sure, we have some cards, but we might not have them next turn.
With this Windborn Mariner, it's going to progress Janna's level up even further as well. Could be very interesting. I think she's on 4 now. Windborn Mariner would be 5, and then Temple would be 6. Yeah.
A big thing, we can do this into Temple.
Oh, wait, this kills...
Ooh, wow.
That kills Karma. Oh, wait, no. It got nerfed to 2 damage, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it got nerfed. It got rebuffed to 3 damage, but price increased to 6. There's been a lot of patches, everyone. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it was getting a lot of changes. It was the kind that was like very controversial at some point, and then like getting a lot of changes, getting the nerfs, and now being as it used to be, but 1+ mana.
In comment, can Mr. Scandalous pull a set out? Yes, he can. My days, that's a good hand.
Yeah, it's a very good hand. Also very good job by Monte though, but like when I look at the Mr. Scandalous hand, it doesn't seem greatest for him, especially like, you know, having to play so bad with Karma, with set on the board.
Yeah, it's likely that Red Monty is about to say goodbye to his board. That doubled up showstopper. The Janet will level. Don't think it's enough unless Mr. Scandalous wants to commit all this burn onto Karma, but there's another Karma in hand.
Not only there's another Karma, we got the random momentous choice from our Karma that we are able to now play and just...
Oh, yes, of course. I didn't even see the momentous
for
yet.
just 2 mana. So then we are still able to play Placer Bets into Coin, having the full mana again. Heal us with the 4 drop.
Actually, got
just
a
play
Nopify.
Nopify. You know, like, yeah,
just
sure.
Got a Nova. As now we're sitting the complete dominance of this Karma come into play. The second Nopify was drawn by Mr. Scandalous. Karma's going to be sitting pretty as a 5-2 and make it rain with these coins. Mana goes back to 12. With Smooth Mixologist drops down. Showstopper's soon to come.
Yeah.
Oh, the Sunken Temple with no cards in hand is a bit sad.
Yeah, a little bit. The question, can Mr. Scandalous kill here?
I was just wondering this. Choosing to...
We just spawn Mystic, right? That's a little. We just win.
Yeah. It's rough. Red Monty was looking so good until it wasn't. As, hits the surrender button. Just couldn't get that tempo out early enough.
I think the issue was like turn 7, if I remember correctly, that the double Houseman there, that was like so bad for you. Like, you want these Housemans, but you want them like so later in the game. And like that you were not able to play more units and you were just forced to maybe, you know, discard 1 Houseman, put the second back in there. Like, you know, it was such a weird turn there. And that was probably the deciding turn that, you know, you should have been able to put more pressure, but unfortunately because of the unfortunate draws of both of your Housemen didn't allow you to do that.
Yeah, it feels rough when you discounted your Helmsman twice and you're like, well, I still haven't played a single elemental spell, so it's just a 5 mana 5/5 now, which doesn't do anything on board. It's so unfortunate. But now, Red Monty, will he run it back with the Janna Neela for a mirror match, or are we going to be seeing this Morgana Mordekaiser that we saw so much of at Worlds?
Yeah, we saw
Of course, Targon variant.
We saw also like Janna Neela, right, as well, though.
Yeah.
Winning
it's the mirror.
And it's the mirror. And as mentioned, I would say that Monty should be probably favorite in this matchup because he's a little bit more greedier and that's something that just helps you in the mirror. As well, Houseman is a very big unit. Also, you play more temples, and temple is a very important card. So, or I would probably favorite Monty here, but of course, in the end, it's a card game, anything can happen. So, let's see.
Yeah. Not an amazing opening hand for Mr. Scandalous. Very expensive cards. Marion will be able to throw one of them back into the deck now, but it's not great. We're seeing the gotcha say goodbye to, but immediately drawn again. Marion really wants this gotcha to be played, and actually Red Monty might just jam it now. No,
Yeah,
it decides not to. Throws it back. You can throw it back next turn, or with the Janna later on.
The thing from Mr. Scandalous is that you have like the Gale, and Gale is very good in this matchup because it kills Janna, right?
Yes,
it
kills
kills
at points
as well Neela, yeah. So like it's the only way how to really kill these big units, right? The in the end, it seems pretty decent for both of the players. It seems very same in the hands. Ooh, another gotcha.
Right now, it's who pulls the trigger first, right? Who wants to play Janna here and risk getting their cards blown up? Red Monty accepts the challenge.
I think we're just gonna see a handshake, just Janna into Janna.
Yeah,
like especially like
I think so.
Looking at Mr. Scandalous, and we're gonna play Janna on these two spells. Next turn we have the Mariner into Gale, and like that's just so crazy good for us. Turn 5 attack is very important very often because of exactly these things like Mariner that are able to just put up so much pressure. And wow!
That is insane. What? This is a Tide Dancer with 4 additional free units coming down. Sure, Red Monty has brash blockers, but it's so much power has to be immediately answered, yeah.
Lucky for Monty, we got the gacha top deck. Otherwise, like, this would be so tragic for us. But we still, like, very behind. Because, like, if you look at this, Mr. Scandal's hand, he just plays 4 cows now. He's still able to get out Janna. And, like, what are we doing as Monty? Like, opponent is having crazy
for a sunken tempo at that
tempo
point.
Here.
You see the Mariners say hi to each other. But Monty doesn't know that Mr. Scandalous has so many more cards in hand that are free as hell.
What an explosive turn from Mr. Scandalous. Like, this is so good.
And now, 1 card apiece in their hands. Neela staring down Helmsman as Mr. Scandalous goes for this attack. Able to take out the lookouts, sure, but my god, that board dominance by Mr. Scandalous.
Good thing for Monty that we have like Gale in our Houseman pool. We have the Evocation.
Yeah,
in our
you have
pool,
a tentacle
so, like,
that you can pull, yeah.
But of course, the big issue is that, yeah, we cannot play him this turn. And we actually decide to shuffle him in. Okay, interesting. But like, this is so big for Mr. Scandalous because he can continue with the pressure. He can play Neela now. That is not yet leveled, and she will not be leveled unless we top deck something good for us. Gale
is a nice pull for Red Monty as well as Mystic Shot.
Mystic Shot is amazing. Mystic Shot is very crucial here, to be honest. Like, without this Mystic Shot, this would be pretty problematic. But thanks to this Mystic Shot, we're not taking that much damage, and we are more likely to stabilize here.
The issue is for Red Monty right now, he knows Mr. Scandalous has cards like the Blowback in their deck. So if you take 7 here, going down to 8 HP, can you afford it, or will you just get burned out?
A so big thing for Mr. Scandalous is now that he shuffled the Slipstream, right? That's something that is so big because you know that eventually you're gonna get the Slipstream and you're gonna get so many cards, right? And most of your cards that you're gonna draw usually also draws another card, right? So you can just change them and just go crazy.
Monty, oh, that's not a great pull, but that is able to put 2 more cards in your hand next turn from the help of the Exalted Cloudwinder. Also has exact mana to take out this Neela before she levels next turn.
Yeah, that's so big. Like, Being able to kill this is very, very crucial. If you were not able, you would probably just lose, but because of this, you're just able to do that. It does to not see the Gale by Mr. Scandalous. I would maybe consider it, because, you know, you can then just put up even more pressure. Because you just know that, like, this is just game of numbers, and as you mentioned, we have blowback in the deck, we have mystic shots in the deck, so, like, you know, the closer you get, the more odds there are that you can just kill your opponent with the burn.
This Divine Draft going to be putting in a ton of work here, actually. Because now you can title Invocation the Vic Rush. This is Kansas. Can you top deck Anila? Oh, the blowback, not what you want. Alone in the hand, completely. It's a deal one right now.
Yeah,
Not
we
great.
are so sad here as Mr. Scandalous, because we are so much looking for the slipstream, right? We were so much looking for the slipstream.
I think it's guaranteed. Next pull is guaranteed because Vic Rush and Neela.
Yeah.
I'd assume so. And now Red Monty down to 6 HP. Mr. Scandalous, how much burn can you find? It's slipstream into slipstream would be really good here.
Ooh, miss again, but still, indeed, we have Mystic Shot, so we're gonna go face, and all we're looking for is basically 2 more damage. I assume we can just blow back here, because... Or we just go for Gale as well. Okay,
Wants to deal with the Chan. Yeah.
I would consider maybe just like blowbacking, because then we can just find another Mystic Shot, right? Or blowback with another card to just kill our opponent, but sure.
Yeah. Another Howling Gale. Oh no! You're right, if you blowbacked last turn, the 2 to face from Howling Gale would have been enough.
Well, it's still enough, right? Because we can just will it now and then blowback next turn, right?
Yes, very true, very true.
So like this seems like a game for Mr. Scandalous, and this seems like that Monty is gonna be out if we're gonna see the lines, of course. But it's very hard to miss, let's be honest.
Yeah. Especially as they both auto-target the Nexus. You can't even misclick them. As
you can misclick a card, you know, like maybe.
Oh yeah, you can not discard the Neela, that's true. The double Sunken Temple bookmarking Red Monty's board right now. As we're just seeing all the cards come out. And that's exact lethal to face, Mr. Scandalous. Going 2-0 up in the series versus previous open winner Red Monty. And advancing to the top 16.
Yeah, kinda sad for Monty, because like I said, like he was favored in this matchup, he was favored in this mirror, but unfortunately the Mr. Scandalous 10-5 was so crazy good. Like not only you had the Bolt, you had the Gale, you had 4 0-mana cost units. Like if that didn't happen, we just could have seen, right? Now Monty was kind of stabilized, right? Of course he didn't have the Nexus HP, but on board he was stabilized, right? He was having the tempo value, and like it's kind of sad for him. It's kind of sad that we don't get to see the third game, but at least I guess we're gonna be able to maybe hop into different game then.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be moving on to a next match right now. I'm just checking with production to see if their game 3 is starting. It's gonna be Luna versus Yejiu, as we will be shortly getting into that match. Very shortly, in fact. We're going straight in. And we get to watch the whole series here. As we're seeing the Elder Dragon Elites deck versus... I just want to check this because I'm not sure. I immediately impulse say that it's Karma Set Freljord, but I need to double check that.
Seems like it's only Karma. It's not even set.
It's just Karma. It's just Karma. It's Ramp Karma. Sure?
Karma, let's go. Oh, wow.
I respect it. I very much respect it. Anyone playing War Mother's Call in a tournament is great. But then again, we were seeing Age of Dragons and War Mother's Call make a big appearance at Worlds. So maybe it shouldn't be so much of a surprise.
Not only it's like Karma, it's only 2 Karmas, by the way. Like,
yeah.
Like, the cheapest card that you have in your deck is Avalanche for 4 mana. Wow. Like, interesting deck.
It's a bold strategy. But we'll definitely see how it pays out. As Luna now, yeah, Petricide charges pretty good at dealing with board wipes such as Avalanche.
Yeah, like overall, it's like Luna hand is pretty good. And if you look at the issue, something that I was talking about, yeah, our cards are very expensive, and
Emperine Dance as a 3 of. That feels crazy.
That's the greed, you know. That's the definition of greed, you know. Like you're like, okay, there's not gonna be any aggro. I'm just gonna meet all the Karma set endurers, and I'm just gonna beat them with even more greedier deck, right?
Unfortunately, Harsh Wind's not the best card into Formidables.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a dead one here. We'll be seeing how much work this Will of Ionia can actually pull off.
I think he's just gonna, just will the charger, right? Like, what are you doing otherwise? Like, I just taking this for damage. No, like it's a good well, because in the end, like, it's gonna force opponent to spend 3 mana again, and then if you look at it, it's 1 mana for the heal 4, right? It's better health pot if you think about it that way.
Yep, sure.
So I'm fan of that play, but it's still not looking the greatest from us. Luna hand is pretty good, and it's looking rough for Yeju.
Very rough, especially as Luna can make Yeju burn so much mana with these shackles and these suppressions.
Yeah.
1 turn off Serene Sky Spinner. Serene Sky Singer, which will be a little bit of lifesteal, which will be quite nice. But it's just a bit slow on board when you have all these challenges and these bulky units. Obviously, Serene will be locked down by Morgana, forcing a 4 mana investment if you even want to use the card.
Yeah, and like issue of this is like, now we can play actually nothing. Like, we can play the suppression, sure, but that's... Are we Hashwings? Do we Hashwings here? Like, we might Hashwings to save the 2 drop, right? Like...
Oh, that feels bad. It feels very, very bad, especially as you're taking 11 to face right now. That's 15 to face. Yeju doesn't have an answer.
That's a game, right?
That's just a game with the power of Formidables and the double War Mother's double Emperine Dance. Oh dear, it hurts to see right now. That is a turn 5 steamroll by Luna.
Yeah, it's just like, it's just, it's Freyard is the face region. Against Formidables, that's something that just counters it.
It's extraordinary,
and like, it was definitely ideal. And,
that was it.
Yeah,
that wasn't game 1, that was game 3. Right, okay, so Luna actually clutching and progressing forward towards the top 16.
Yeah.
But we did get to see, what was the Shadow Arts Freljord? Was that just another War Mother's deck?
I would assume so. I would just assume that
it was Lissandra Volibear. Wait.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Lissandra Volibear. Eradication. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Why that was able to beat Formidables. Yeah, Eradication's quite a good card in that matchup.
Yeah. Sad to see Yeju go. As mentioned, it was my teammate at second EU Masters in 2021, so it's sad to see, but I'm very happy to see Luna going forward, and maybe you're gonna be able to see her even a little bit later. Yeah.
Hopefully so. We're actually getting into another match here. We're spoiling you in this top 32, as we're seeing. Eradication versus Formidables. Oh dear, this can't be too positive for the Formidables now. It's seemingly, just your Volibear deck with your big top ends, such as the Mists and She Who Wanders.
The definitely worth mentioning is that Akari already played 2 ramps, so he has 8 mana now, while Kay Hinson has only 6. As well, having like things like Hashwitz actually having value in this spot if you look at it.
Yeah, huge.
Because we're able to just stop this Budgie Bear as well, this Mate Seeker Jr. And, you know, just preserve their health.
Curry. Morgana in hand is valuable with how expensive. Not sure which player's on which side right now, so I'm just gonna talk about how much board presence there is from Kai Hansen. Yep. Right now, as Akari really playing on the reactive, so the proactive going into their next turn.
To be honest, these Badgerbers are pretty good because as we can see,
they're very good. Yeah,
right? Like the education will be so bad for us, but thanks to these Badgerbers, we actually not that bad into it. And like, yeah, Badgerbers are actually pretty good in this matchup.
I was just wondering if Akari would ever open next turn with a Harsh Winds into Eradication to just deal with the Badger Bears. Ooh, that's the breaker right there.
But of course, just heal. Not yet Ana mana, right? It's on a turn. Yeah. We have only 9 mana now. Of course, turn 8 and 10 mana for us next round is gonna be it. You can just maybe just like heal. We are kind of scared of Galio, right? That's not that we are just so much scared here.
I think you just use Drain on the 3/3. Because you have the Harsh Winds in pocket, you don't need to use Shiyu Wonders next turn, right? It would be nice to, but you don't have to use it.
Yeah. Ooh, Galio draw here, and that's pretty big for us.
Fortunately, it doesn't matter because Galio does not raise the attack of these units. Yeah, being forced to open attack is aware that Shiyu Wonders is likely dropping down. Harsh Winds will have to be used.
Yeah, we just Harsh Winds here. Then we probably
the Eradication. I'm wondering.
I didn't like Eradication. We just have the Shield, right? Like there's no real reason for to do that. It's actually going to push more damage, and we are just one off. And I want to just check if we play Fire Spitter, because then we just able to maybe finish it up. But I guess Akari, knowing that he's going for the Vengeance, so he doesn't take the damage and he doesn't go into the Fire Spitter range.
What's important is Kai Hansen needs to drop Galio here to get that Spell Shield online, so it doesn't immediately die to Shiyu Wonders. Yeah, because if you kept that Galio in hand, it would be obliterated. Galio will level. How much value does that actually bring? I'd say a significant amount.
He will still stick though, because in the end, the Spell Shield is gonna protect him from the Shiyu. So. And he's stronger than Shiyu currently.
Oh, Windsinger also getting obliterated.
But it's just Galio against the world, if you look at it.
Yeah. Very true. Able to trade down.
That's the value. I really like maybe swinging.
I don't think you can.
Because you can swing, then Galio is gonna have only 1 health, and you can Quietus him. Right.
Yeah, then you could Quietus, which would feel really bad for a Galio. What are you thinking? Yep, just gonna take the pass. Say, I might find... Oh, Culling Strike is huge. And you were right, Fire Spitter is being played.
Yeah, and we're going for the impact, but we can see the 6 mana drain, of course, in Akari hand. The Piercing Darkness gonna probably kill this Fire Spitter, I would assume, so then we're gonna probably block the Galio and then Quietus him. That's what I would assume gonna happen here.
You have to remove this Fire Spitter immediately, because any more 6 mana units that drop could get that double impact and cause a lot of issues for you.
I don't know if I like this, because like
dropping down to 2 is very scary.
Another Fire Spitter, right? Like, yeah, like this seems so scary to another Fire Spitter, right? Imagine like opponent just top decks another one. Because now he's gonna do the impact damage, I would assume. We do pass. Oh. I would probably swing as Kai Hansen just to go for the Fire Spitter.
Yeah, just to put Akari against the back ropes, right? Knowing I only have 2 HP, I don't have a fast speed drain available to me. And now just cycling through. Soul Harvest could be so good at just continuously removing these Petrosite units.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a waiting game of can Akare keep clearing the top decks from Kai Hansen.
Yeah.
It's rough, and yes, I think Akare can weather the storm here as Kai Hansen hits that surrender.
Okay, let's continue into the round of 16. As mentioned, somebody that we've seen quite a lot from before. I think we saw him even in the EU Masters before, so very, very happy to see him going forward and having some success in this Open.
Yeah, definitely. You can't argue that top 16 isn't successful unless you have very high ambitions for yourself. And now we are going on a break, ending this top 32. We hope you've enjoyed the matches so far. We're going to be back in just a second for the top 16. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back to the EMEA Open as we're about to take a look at the top 16 bracket for today's matches. We saw quite a grueling top 32 full of bricked hands and unbelievable tempo top decks. So, Baya, what are you thinking of the tournament today so far?
It was so far pretty fun. We saw quite a lot of decks, and that's what that I was very excited about. And when I'm looking at the matchup that we just gonna cover now, there's so many decks new one as well. So I'm kind of excited to see once again, more new matchups, more new decks, and just see why Legends of Runeterra is such a good card game and why we enjoy it so much, just because of the variety that it brings as well.
Yeah, I'm especially excited for the Jinx Kennen. Hopefully we'll be able to see in one of these matchups, because it kind of fell to the wayside after the direct nerfs to Returno Wrench. So whenever I see it, I know the pilot has to be incredibly confident in the deck's power to have picked it.
Yeah, Jinx Cannon is such a deck that since the release, it's just showing so much numbers. Every patch is having such a good win rates. But when we look at the bracket, we of course see Ace and Luna, the matchup that we're gonna be covering. As well, on the second side of the bracket, we have FX, F, and Skills. Nothing
Skills
really surprising here.
Yeah, Skills, we were able to catch their defeat over Juba earlier, just completely, I'd say, smothering Juba in match 3 and just removing them from being able to do anything in that Karma Set matchup. And here we see Mr. Scandalous versus Mango Smoothie, and then Okusen versus Hollow Eggshell as well.
Yeah, Okusen, of course, defeating our fan favorite, Marshall, unfortunately. At least we were able to see at least one of his games, though, but it's of course sad to see Marshall go. And then here we have Roulette Me Cabanas against Kine Kremers and Strife against Akari. Interesting matchup to see again. Akari, of course, one of the more known players, as we were already mentioning him today on the cast. As well, we saw the win of his against Sky Harrison today.
Yes, definitely. And looking through this bracket, those who didn't make it, Never Walk Alone actually falling in the top 32. A bit surprised to me. But yeah, Donuetta versus Mahmoud Kama, and also T409 versus... I'm just gonna say V1. I'm sorry, I don't know if that's meant to be an I, and I don't know how to pronounce that name.
A lot of favorites going out, right? The generic Never Walk Alone. So it's kind of sad to see these people go, but of course, maybe some new people at least can, enjoy and watch them, watch maybe their decks as well and see them play,
And speaking of the decks, we should be getting into the first deck for our matchup of Luna versus Ace Bombastico. And as we've already alluded to, the Kennen Jinx, just your standard discard burn.
Yeah, classic deck list, nothing very surprising for me. Deck that we've seen as said since Gloria and Avery, when Broken Bow was the first player to play it. Of course, then it was also some Jinx, but then we eventually evolved into Kennen Jinx, especially with things like Return of Range, as you mentioned. So
yeah, well, no Return of Range in this list as well.
It makes sense because the card got nerfed, right? It's much
heavily nerfed
since it got nerfed. But next up we have Nico Nidali. A deck that is kinda Luna special, right? It's playing lot of units, and then only few spells, on actually 2 spells in Quicksand and Item Negation.
Yeah, really prioritizing that Nico level up as a primary win con alongside the Bonehide Tri-Tail. Not running Freljord, obviously, so it doesn't have access to the Handy Harness or the Warder of the Tribes. And also, third deck, the tried and tested Petricite Elite, well, sorry, not Elite, the Petricite Elder Dragon deck that we've seen so much of. This one with Category in the Ruin does a 2-off, a card I very rarely see, clearly replacing Seinen in this list after the mana nerfs.
Yeah, also Combat Crew here as well as Citrus Crew, not a standard list at all. Of course, the spells are very standard, but otherwise the units are very different from the usual. But next up we have the Ace decks, and first up we have Seraphine Set. Once again, very classic deck with 1 cat as a win condition, with triple tempo as well. Otherwise, very classic version. Nothing surprising.
Yeah, and I should point out that Luna was not running much landmark removal, which means a Sunken Temple on 5 will just stick. There is no getting rid of that, and when that does stick, it is brutal. So, Nora Freljord, we have seen this earlier today, and it's just a zoo deck. There's nothing that impressive about it. Shared Spoils is the only thing that really is a highlight to me. Ace, I guess, assuming that they'll always have a wider board and be able to block that plunder trigger.
Yeah, definitely very standard. You have so many auroras, right? So you're able to, thanks to that, proc the plunder. And last deck from Ace, Cannon Jinx, something that we've seen from Luna. Very similar to the one we saw from Luna. Only difference, I think, is like the rematch. I'm not sure if Luna played it, but very similar. Very powerful deck that we have in the game for some months now.
Yes, and frankly, I'm expecting to see a Jinx Kennen mirror in this matchup. I don't think either deck is powerful enough to deserve a ban. I think Ace Bombastico might just be looking towards this Demacia Elder Dragon deck and say their units are just too damn tanky for my spells and my low attack units in the swarm to break through.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the matchups, I just would say that Ace probably banning the Galio Morgana. Not only like, it's having so many good formidable units that counter, your set Seraphine deck, but also it's having healing from Morgana as well, right? Like it's yes. It's so good into especially also like Cannon Jinx. So I would assume that's the ban. And from the Luna side, I don't think it's that straightforward for me. It might be the Varden deck, maybe you might be scared of.
Well, I was just thinking this because if the Nico isn't able to get online early enough, Nora Warden does run you. Like, you just don't have much much more ability to claw back a win afterwards because you're running no spell interaction compared to a Buried in Ice that the Nora Freljord deck has. I feel like Seraphine set might just bring enough small removal spells that they could be a real issue for a Nico dropping on board and Ken and Jinx to have any purchase of Jinx sticking around long enough to make her level up condition actually work as a game ender.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Then, like, as a Luna, you can then be like thinking, okay, I assume that opponents are gonna ban the Gallia, so maybe then I'm gonna actually ban the Seraphine set, even though it might be good matchup for the Gallia, right? But yes. I expect my opponent to ban it, so I can then expect by that and just make other matchups better by just banning the set Seraphine, for example. But yeah,
you should be seeing. I am hoping for a mirror for the Ken and Jinx. Because the deck in a mirror is very interesting because you're creating so many Mecha Yordles, right? So the decision making really goes up and the skill expression also really shines through in those situations.
Yeah, it definitely shines, but sometimes you have some non-games. So then it's very interesting to see maybe like, the usage of Jinx because, Ken and Jinx plays a lot of one health units and then, if you're having Jinx, then it can be very powerful. And something that, as we expected, the Galio ban as well, then Luna, seeing that ban going forward, so banning the Seraphine set. Big fan of these bans from both of the players.
So we've got double Discard and double Zoo, and we're starting with the double Zoo matchup here. Both very good hands for each player. Yodolski being a massive power pick for Ace Bombastico, having that in an opening hand. Also, the Buried in Ice, able to do so much work when Luna is desperate to go wide and get as many attacking units as possible.
So like Pythos as well, Yadowski Snowdog on 2. While we see that Luna also has Yadowski Snowdog, but not on turn 2. Of course, that's a very crucial turn.
I'm always surprised by that pass in the Pythos because I feel like Ace wants to be controlling this Nico level up as early as possible. So when you see a bird, there aren't many birds in Luna's deck.
Yeah, I can see that, but I can also see the decision to not use it because now the Pythos can be just one mana help you trade with something, right? For example, this Yadowski know that you can block him and then kill him with the Pythos. So, I
think Quicksand being pulled by Luna. Currently, Ace, the only thing that can be Quicksanded is the Nora. Normally it will be game blocked by the bird anyway. Unless you go for an upgrade like this. Yeah, I'm expecting the Pytos to go straight into that dog and nowhere else.
Yeah, exactly. As mentioned, like this was just something that was kind of like. Also, now you can maybe just bite these underground fruits and then finish up with the pastry next turn. That's something that you can definitely do. But still, Luna's gonna be able to find some value with the discount with Forsaken Bakai here.
One thing I didn't notice is Luna running Avenging Vastaya, that being available as she's running the Shuriman variant instead of the Freljord variant. It's very good because Ace has stuff like the Buried in Ice, which are relying on Azure Blowout of just denying it completely. Now double Nico in hand for Luna. That's great. Because the Shape Splitter means this Nico will always be safe.
Definitely.
And they pull... Oh, they pull a Spider. Okay, very interesting. Just denying that portal for the Nora right now. Nora should be blocked by the Omen Hawk.
Also, something to mention would happen in this matchup is also one new change coming in clutch, and that's after you predict, now it does inertia for the deck, and we can see that the buffs from Monarch and Aegis Snow deck stay on the unit, so that's a big thing.
Oh, that's an
big
excellent
change.
point, yeah. That is a really fair point. I do want to point out that Luna didn't choose to block with Omen Hawk, even though they've already attacked with a bird. Which is very interesting. Just giving Ace a free portal clearly doesn't care. Is this Nico level? I thought they were one off. My understanding.
I also think one off, but I might be completely wrong.
Yes. Oh, yeah. 4 out of 6 subtypes. Okay. So actually 2 off because the Avenging Vastaya hasn't transformed into lizard form. We're not going to see a Sky Splitter used to kill off this Spider. I'm just checking the list now to see if Luna does main deck Spellslinger. Does. A one-off of Spellslinger. Okay, so able to just disguise this Nico a little bit. Another lizard drops, but Luna running out of resources really needs those big draw cards.
Nora to maybe be able to be Protoposer. Sounds a good draw. That can be definitely very valuable. Especially with when we look at the Haze hand. That doesn't have really much to do. But also you can maybe then also consider just keeping the mana for next turn to have the Bird and Ice open for next round. And this challenge is very, very crucial because now we're able to kill the Vastaya. Our first opponent to, you know, use something like Quicksand to protect it.
And the value from your Dolsky, just pushing this Combat Cook into a place where he can't be killed, going to be a real thorn in the side of Luna here.
Oh, that's so. It's probably Quicksand. Now is the decision if we go -4 or 2 times -1, because now we can get kind of punished by this Sky Splitter on the Pearl.
Yeah, definitely can, but I don't know how much you care about Anora and Fruit here. With only 3 cards in Luna's hand, I don't think Ace is that threatened by these discounts coming through. Forcing out the transform here just to keep the Avenging Vastaya alive. And the Snow Dog will fall, but more importantly, the Nora will die.
Yeah, definitely. The thing that I think is kind of telegraphed here, and Luna probably should know that Ace has the Bird and Ice, or some valuable spell, but I would assume it's probably just Bird and Ice. So, you know, paying the second Vastaya and just being prepared for that away.
Oh, Warden is a huge breakout. And what Ace needs to just clench this game. The dog isn't enough. Nico is still not leveled. If I can count to 6, that is. I hope I can. I was just seeing Luna get ready for a big swing.
Away with you, stranger.
At 5 of 6 right now. You know, just digging through the deck. Desperate to find a Fae. Or a Xerxai Hatchling. Or... I'm just looking through. A Tri-Tail would do it. Silverwing Vanguard also would do it.
There's so many units that can do that. Yeah, Dusk is not it, but no, we have one more draw to maybe get it for the next turn. And let's be honest, like Lord Nico is so big, but also Varden that is coming out.
Yeah,
next
Warden
turn
of the
is
Tribes is also
big.
significantly large. I believe it's currently at +6/+6. So it's going to be a Mega Nora right now, a Battlecaster. Okay, but Nico found her 6th unit. Found a Lurker. Will flip now.
Yeah, that's a lurker. And also, cannot we just like play the Nico spell? To create even more units.
Yes, Luna definitely could use Shape Splitter on Nico themselves to get an extra +1/+1, but that Warden is massive! And Ace is just completely dominating the board right now. Knows Luna only really has one card in hand.
Like also now the nurse even able to kill the Nico when she's
Yes.
attacks it.
Even
it's
a
so
Shape
sad.
Splitter Nico.
Haste makes waste, but delay invites dismay, dear.
That's something that we just talked about, right? Before, like that. Yeah, we cannot play very similar deck, but one of them is having a little bit more greater win con, right, in the Varden. Well, this Nico, sure, it was on the board much earlier, but we were not able to flip it, and that's something that is probably gonna cost us the game. Of course, we have things like Quicksand, but it doesn't save us, right? Actually, we don't have Quicksand anymore because we play only 2 spells, so we have
Only 2 spells in the whole deck. Able to trade down with this Nora, but it can't feel great, to be honest, when you got a 14-11 over one slamming your face next turn.
There's nothing that save us, right? Like, we just die.
I don't believe so, no. An extra attack coming through from the Battlecaster as well. And it's just a massive swing in for 50 damage. As Ace Boss Mastico takes game 1.
Yeah, it's also for Luna to not be able to flip the Nico much earlier because it would be big issue for Ace. And fortunately for him, that didn't happen. And now we're gonna see the Jinx Cannon, the day that he was so much excited about, gonna get played. Now it depends on Luna, you know, if we're gonna switch the deck or if we're gonna stay. Of course, you need to still win a bit both, but you know, some people tend to have a different tactic what they do. Something I usually tend to just switch from the deck because I usually like, I don't want to see you anymore. I'm gonna see you a little bit later. Hopefully,
You want the mental wipe of I need to play something else that I didn't just lose on.
Yeah. But some people are like, you know, that they want to go back to back because they have like the deck in mind already, right? So it just depends on the people usually. But we are in the matchup, and Luna actually going back to back with the Nico Nidalee again against Cannon Jinx.
It's a good hand. It's a very good hand for Luna. A lot of low to the ground costing units. Blowback, though, is able to just take out the Nidalee. No, actually, Luna's saying, I don't want the Nidalee in my opener. I would much rather get something else, and the Tri-Tail is definitely upselling. Saurian. Luna was desperate for a Saurian last game for a bit of draw.
Definitely.
Feel the same way now.
You see, like Luna having Gyarados now deck on turn 2, so that's very powerful.
Yeah, very powerful. Attacking with a Snowdog early, getting those buffs out early, especially if that happens to hit a Nico or something, would be huge for survival into this burn heavy deck. Now the discard fodder coming available here.
You just said those now they're getting 1 free attack, and like, are we gonna be forced to pastry it to stop it from getting second attack? It's maybe possible.
The issue is you really want to keep your pastry for as long as possible to be able to discard it easily. Yes, you have the Kennen, whose Mark of the Storm can be discounted for free, but it can't feel great. Yeah, being forced to remove the Snowdog here. A big mana investment.
Yeah, that feels so bad. And something I thought they were mentioning is that this Junkers that got buffed and it's now 3-3. And like,
Yes.
it might not seem that big difference, but 3 health in this matchup is huge because so many units that Ace plays has 2 attacks, so it's definitely worth mentioning.
Now, I'm wondering which path Luna takes here, because you can either drop the Tri-Tail and try and have just a big early Overwhelmer, or you develop Omen Hawk into Deck Hunter, just to go as wide as possible and get...
would just go Vanguard, yeah.
actually. Just
You're free kill, right?
removing these annoying Challenger units. Yes, they are also Bird Elites, so each of these attacks will count as an extra progression towards Nico's level up.
It looks like Vulcan might be very hard for Luna to deal with, because it's a very, very healthy unit as well, as if that's gonna put up some pressure. But you know, it's not pushing that much damage, so we go for the
scaling option. Very interesting, and that's a massive progression towards Nico's level up, especially with Deck Hunter in hand, able to fish for those unnormal, let's say, not rarely seen subclasses that you can sometimes find yourself with.
See this spell singer being there. That's very, very, very good there, by the way. If we, for example, got the 5 mana 6/6, right, from the Mecharidas, that will be able to stop. So it was pretty good there, and will be very key in this matchup. It's just very good to just be able to stop some powerful attacker, things like Jinx, right, or some other Mecharidas.
So
go for Barbara.
Necrotic, if Luna thinks this game's going to go on a bit, could be very good.
That's healing. You're completely correct.
Jinx Kennen has a lot of death fodder, such as the Chompers and stuff like that, which you would want to just eat away at with those drains.
Certainly.
Go on, Fang. Just like I taught you.
Now just,
Fang's turn.
I believe, just swinging in with this Fae here to get 3 extra... Oh, wait, sorry, my bad. This is a defensive stun.
This is a defensive turn. We want to just set up the Tri-Tail, so we can play the next round. We're gonna play Omen Hawk into Tri-Tail, and we're gonna have a big unit coming in. Feel like Luna take some time to finish the game.
8-1. 8-1 is not a great stat line for H1 Bastico right now.
To be honest, it's not that bad, because now you can actually block the Tri-Tail. Like, sure, maybe like 6-3 would be better, but you're still able to block the Tri-Tail now and kill it as well. Like, it's not that bad as it might seem. And like, there's the issue, right? Like, these Jinx can just like win us the game, because like Luna's not pushing that much pressure, and yeah, this game's gonna take long.
Luna not running basically any spells or any interaction just means Jinx, who's so scared of when you're playing Jinx, burning your hand and then dropping her and she immediately gets removed. She's just free to sit on board now. Take your time. You can use Jinx's Get Excited instead of being forced to discard it with the blowback. So you're happy as Larry right now.
Well, like, it's not something that you wanted, but you can still discard it, of course. And
yeah, just removing the Tri-Tail and Jinx levels.
Like, this play quite a lot, and that's it. Like, Luna, sure, she was had so much on the board, but now like these Jinx will just bring constant value. She will always, you know, push the damage with the rockets. Like, this is very bad for Luna. Like, Luna needs to find a way how to win this game, but it's very, very hard.
It is. You've got the Necrotic Nestlings coming down next turn, but Ace actually has quite a tanky board considering the tough units and the ever-scaling Salty Spinner. Yes, Nico is there, but is a Nico enough to win you this game? Honestly, I don't know. It's a guaranteed level up with Nico if you just play her as herself, because she's, I believe she's leveled, but if she happens to be 5 of 6, you can get the Shapeshifter proc or subtypes.
Definitely. But like, yeah, like, but does Nico actually win you the game? Like, sure, she puts like 4 damage, she buffs your bird, but like, it doesn't end the game. It's just like,
no, nowhere near. The issue
is Jinx being on the bird, just creating the rockets now every turn. Like, that's the power of the Jinx. That's something that's why this deck is so powerful. You just take some time, you know, your deck is taking a little bit more time. You know, I'm having my Jinx. She's giving me so much value. She's creating these rackets. She just punching you in the face. And that's something that it just can't happening. And it's something that just Luna doesn't have answers to. And like, it seems very hard from this spot. I'm not gonna lie.
And now just the continuous swinging in of units. Luna is going to have to keep sacrificing board space to stop this Jinx connecting with the Nexus as well. Back against the wall, what can Luna do?
Like, the thing is, like, sure, we have the quicksand, but even if we quicksand Jinx, we cannot kill her now. So,
No.
like, it's not even that valuable. And, like, are we gonna just... I guess we're just gonna throw the Omanhawk and the Buckeye because they're gonna die no matter what next round, right?
Yep.
To the Rocket that we probably gonna create as a ace, but... Yeah, it seems rough. It seems rough.
Very, very rough. Ace is probably over the moon right now. Has top 8 in their sights. The back of discard. Now going for a swing. I think it's one of the last of this game. As it's just a cat and a Buckeye staring down Ace's entire board.
Now it's a party.
Another Jinx, so we can just go for my character. This is like... This is so sad. I guess then I just got Buster so we can maybe deny Rocket eventually, but... If we got some no healing with the... With the Aether, but...
Yeah, but they have to slay a unit to be able to heal. That's the issue. And Ace's board, you can just pick tanky units, actually discarding the Jinx in favor of a bigger unit. I wonder if it's Earthshaker. Yes, it is. Those overwhelms and impacts going to be playing such a big part in punching down Luna's Nexus. Let's scale up here. The Buckeye's getting easily blocked.
Because, like, yeah, this Buckeye is dying to his Rocket, right? So it's no reason to not attack. And, you know, now we're getting the Arc Node value there, at least. We getting the drains out.
Very
But,
true.
but actually, it might be actually a win con. Actually, our win con might be just like, you know, we're just gonna play our units, and the units. And eventually, we're gonna drain them out, right? So... 16 more units, I guess, left, and that's a win con that I see myself.
Another Jinx.
Wow.
We tossed the last one in
half.
favor of this Earthshaker. I expect this Gexide just to go into the Necrotic Arachnoid, to be honest. Just to deny the continuous drains that might occur if Luna managed to bring this back. And yeah, I expect Luna just to play this Avenging Vastaya, lean to hope. More than anything.
Ooh, not playing the Vasta, so now we're gonna get insanely punished by this. Of course, we're gonna be able to at least deny the Rocket with the Vasta.
Yeah.
But it's still like, is that a winning play? You know, that's something that you need a lot of people are talking about. Like, is it winning the game? Probably not. Like, it's probably.
I'm gonna be
keeping you
honest.
alive,
I don't think Luna's been winning the game for a while now.
Yeah, like since the Jinx, right? And that's something, as mentioned, like Jinx is so powerful in these spots, and like, yeah. He's just gonna get probably. We can see that it's a deny, right? So there's no reason to actually play.
Yeah.
Actually, it's better to just swing first. So maybe then you cannot block with the Vasta, right? Because you want to keep it for the deny. So actually pushing more damage. Otherwise, you would have 3/3 blocker that would just be able to block. So very very good play by Ace. Something that I think some people might have make mistake on. Because it's not that clear, right?
Oh, definitely agree with this. Fortunately, with these blocks, even if you block Jinx and the Earthshaker, I believe Luna lives with 1 HP.
We can also like quicksand, right? The impact and yeah.
Yes, yeah, very true, very true. But quicksand, Luna must feel like she's sinking into it right now, as just trying to find optimal blocks, but nothing's coming to fruition.
Yeah, I like this block, and you quicksand the 6 drop and the 2 drop to save the Vasta. Like, but
Yes.
like once again, it's like okay, you survive, but that's not winning in the game.
Oh, might actually be going for the -4 attack or the Earthshake.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Struggling. It's rough. Say the least. Luna playing a game of top decks here. Deck Hunter's gone.
Is there any top deck though? Like that's the
No,
question, right?
there is not a single top deck that can win unless you get Glacial Saurian into Glacial Saurian and somehow manage to clutch out of that. But Earthshaker on the next attack will have 4 impact, and there aren't any quicksands left in Luna's deck.
And also there's like, you know, there's also like 16 health on Ace Nexus.
Yes, there is that too.
Maybe some miracle. Doesn't seem like that.
Unless you try and find lifesteal off of Patch Bot, I don't see any greatness coming soon. The Avenging Versailles is short for this world. And Kennen just gets a blast of darkness to the face. Unfortunately, this will be Luna's last game of the tournament. Out, though, I'd say top 16 is very impressive. And congratulations to Ace, who will be progressing to the top 8. We're just doing our final draws. Ace lining up the last attack. Gonna end it in a firework display here as the rocket gonna be punching Luna's Nexus. Oh no, actually going for the style of the Earthshaker instead. And using the impact. GG 2-0 to Ace Bombastico.
Very well played, I think, from Ace. I think Ace definitely saw the Jinx line and something that he just went from the start. He, if I'm not missing, I think he even kept Jinx in the mulligan. So I think he just saw that from the start and like very well played by him. I think Luna both of the hands were not the greatest, and it was pretty sad for her because of that. Like it didn't seem like two playable games from my side, so it's kind of pity to not see that, you know, Nico. You sometimes just able to like flip her on like turn 4, turn 5, right?
Yeah,
and then
sometimes you have the nuts. Yeah.
That's something that we were not able to see, unfortunately.
Yes, and we are seeing word that we likely will be going into another top 16 game between Okusen and Hollow Eggshell going very soon. And until that, oh yes, going now in fact, straight into the match. Hollow Eggshell currently in a very dominating position versus Okusen, but Okusen does have the transform in hand, which will buy themselves a bit of time.
I understand that's Darius Gnar.
Yes, yeah. Darius Gnar versus Nora Zoo is what it looks like currently. Portals coming up pretty big, actually. A 3-3 from a portal is very nice.
That I didn't expect. We see so much of this Nora variant today. Like, we saw so many players already play it. Something that I definitely didn't expect myself.
It's very much a ladder deck, is how I describe it. Quick games that you can just overwhelm an opponent who's playing a much slower game or an experimental deck, right? But we've seen in tournaments, not Worlds, but other Opens, this deck finds success. It just blasts open a lot of control matchups.
Yeah, it's like one of the random decks, right? We had even like some metas where we had like triple Radents, and this was one of them very often. It usually was like one of the last one because like the Demaster was like seen as the better ones and stuff.
Oh yeah, the Javan version was very popular. Yeah,
but this was still seeing some success now. Actually, 8 people brought it today, so I guess we were also kind of a little bit lucky that we were queuing into people that played it. But when we're looking at this game, Hello Shell has some pressure, but Akusan has pretty good bird to, you know, answer that pressure. Big thing also is that Akusan has the wrong attack token because we're gonna go into turn 8 next turn, and Varden, since the nerf, of course, costs 9 mana, so we can attack with Varden on turn 10 then.
This is quite a bold spell usage from Akusen. Basically saying, oh, I don't think Hollow Eggshell has any defensive capabilities, but now that Barbtail Red main, it's the red barbed razor main, there we go, has any defensive, but now it's connecting. That Ica is just going to be chipping away at Akusen's Nexus. Only 4 HP left. And oh, that's going to be brutal. That constant reminder that you have to spend 3 mana to save your life.
Actually, like 3 HP, right? Because the Ica is gonna always hit
Sure,
at
yeah.
least once. But I assume that Akusa is gonna get rid of it as fast as possible. We got a challenger now as well. Ooh, what a hit.
That's quite a juicy hit, actually. Being able to just obliterate one of these units. Hollow Eggshell does have the Fury of the North if they want to push that out of obliteration range. But remember, it has to spend 3 mana on that Ica. Otherwise, they're just going to keep getting chipped down to a point where even Nars Pokey Stick is enough to end the game.
Like, also the Saboteur that we see in the Hollow Shell hand as well. But actually, this hit is so big because not only it's like 4-1 challenger that can kill one of the overarms, but also it gave us the 6-drop, right, that can eat some of the, you know, Gnar or the 4-drop. So very, very good hit. Very, very good Proton hit.
Very, very nice hand. Hollow Eggshell wondering if they can go for an obliterate with Lissandra's champ spell. They're just trying to gobble up a Yordle. I don't know how nice Gnar tastes. I'm not going to speculate on that, but with Fury of the North coming down, it seems like dinner will be delayed for today. It's going to push the health above 4 and keep the Gnar alive.
Went from Fury. I can see definitely as well the obliterate because not only, you know, that way, you know, only protecting the Gnar, but you also removing the blocker, right? So maybe that was also maybe some thought that you could have put in. But we decided to go differently. And we're still like having more units than our opponent, right? When we're gonna open attack with things like exactly decisive maneuver or something like that. I would assume probably we're gonna develop, but Hollow should decide differently.
Oh, this is really interesting now, because if Hollow Eggshell tries to burst through with the decisive maneuver, yeah, the Omen Hawk's just going to get pinged down. I wonder here if you actually stun the Glacial Saurian so that Gnar trades positively. Nope. It's going to favor the Pokestick generation and says Gnar can die. That's alright. Okusun going down to 1 HP. 1 HP and a dream to try and keep themselves alive. That Warden will get negated by the decisive maneuver on the next swing. How does Hollow Eggshell get out of the hole they're currently in?
Ooh.
It's not going to be lethal if we use here to help.
Protected. Yeah, definitely good mention that. Yeah, this is whenever not only it's like attack tool, right, but also you can use it defensively, and that's something that we probably gonna see next round.
The wallop is big. The wallop is very big. I think it's just a better shatter in most situations here. I don't. Yes, I wouldn't expect anything else. Outcome. But now, because the Crimson Pigeon is a bird, the Saurian is able to cycle, and those are 2 overwhelmers looking down your face.
Ooh, and we got Portal.
Oh, that's big.
And
But so
Words.
is Whirling Death.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be able to kill anything.
It's not enough. It's not
everything
enough.
is buffed by that, and this seems like a game to me.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. Hollow Eggshell just doesn't have enough attack to take out these massively bulky units. Yes, you can stun the Warden, but you still can't make up for 1 more unit punching your Nexus. Exact lethal with that Conchologist. Fortunately, a Hollow Eggshell Seems like they are dropping in round 16. 9 damage exactly. Drops Hollow Eggshell to 0. The emotes come out. Orkerson, bit of BM right there.
And that Bertha just won the game because not only, it gave us a challenge that could overwhelm, but then it made Hollow Eggshell to play the Three Sisters to protect its Gnar, right? And that's something that just decided the game. And now I'm just wondering if we went for the Lysandra champion spell, if it was an actually then Lita, we open on deck next turn.
Yes, yeah, definitely so. That feels bad to be so close when you're playing an aggro deck and you just don't have enough reach.
Yeah,
but yes, Orkerson going and progressing to the top 8. Now, we've seen a lot of great matches. Welcome back to the EMEA Open today. I'm still Rory B, that's still By Attack, and we are going into the top 8 quarterfinals for today's matches. It's been one hell of a slog for certain players. Unfortunately, we saw a few people fall just now in the top 16 with some unfortunate deck draws and some bad matchups. But By Attack, what are you most excited about going into this top 8?
I'm excited to just watching LoR. That's something that I just want to see today. That's something that I've came for. Just watch some good LoR, see some high level play, and just crown our last Open champion. That's something that I'm excited. And we in top 8. We in high stakes now.
Yes, very much so. No one is here by top decking anymore. An answer like you could be in the top 32 or whatever. These are all very accomplished players, and they are bringing their A game, that's for sure. We're about to just have a peek at the top 16 bracket in a second. And yes, any matchups that surprise you? I personally, for me, I think Skills versus Ace Bombastico will be a cracking match.
Definitely. But we will be following the turnaround. I think it's T409, so that's something that I'm excited as well to see. We haven't seen these players yet, so it will be interesting. And then we of course have Akusan against Manga Smoothie and Akari against Kind Kermos.
One thing that is interesting is a lot of 2-0s in the top 16 there. If you saw, I think out of the 8 total matches, there were 7 0-2s, which, wow, really a powerhouse. And also just shows how today is quite a clean sweep overall. We have seen a ton of 2-1s earlier in the day, but a lot more 2-0s later on.
Yeah, a lot of fast games, a lot of people just playing very fastly, and it's we catching a lot of games thanks to that, so it's also pretty exciting thanks to that.
Right, and without further ado, let's take a look at these deck matchups for T409 versus Donavetta. Starting off with the clean and classic Karma set that we know to love.
Yeah, classic deck list. Nothing very surprising me. 2 Amplify as we've seen today already. Maybe one clock in is maybe not that standard, but otherwise very, very standard list. 1 Framer only, once again. Not that much all in on the set, flipping on turn 8, but over a very powerful deck
Triple
with Triple
Aftershock
Temple as well. Oh, Triple Aftershock is definitely, that's something that I didn't mention, yeah, definitely. Triple Aftershock is into Mirrors and stuff, but next up we have the Shivana Morgana the Dragon. The Dragon's deck, with a lot of interesting choices, things like, Boulder maybe catches my eye, and maybe one Combat Cook as well.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised with such a dragon-heavy deck. We're not seeing the newly buffed Elatis, who got buffed to a 7/7 from a 6/7. I feel like he has a lot of sticking power, especially buffing up your Shyvana. We also don't see stuff like Gentle Gem Dragon, which we've seen in the past in lists like this. And, of course, the very spell-heavy version of Neela Jana that we saw play to success earlier today.
Yeah, one card shot, some tech choice that I've seen quite a lot. I even played it back before when John and I was in the meta deck. I liked it quite a lot, and as now when it's focused now, it's even much stronger thanks to that. So yeah, I like this deck list quite a lot.
Triple Helmsman does give the possibility though for a bricked hand, like we saw earlier. Just keep getting Helmsman in your hands on turn 7 could be damning. And now Seraphine Set, we actually haven't been able to watch a lot of Seraphine Set today, so we couldn't avoid it forever. It is here now unless it gets banned out. But yes, no real surprises in this list in my opinion.
Yeah, just powerful deck that just does it job done. And it's just a deck that we know. Great for Seraphine instead of Karma. Some people like it more. But next up we have the Shivana the Dragon again, but differently a little bit. No border, but going a little bit lower the curve, playing things like Gentle Gem Dragon as well. As well things like more strikes as well, playing Gentleman Draw as well, so having actually 8 strikes in this deck, so very interesting list.
Yeah, very, very interesting, and we'll see. It's likely, to be honest, Elder Dragon could be a clutch if we see a mirror, just because with dragons just slamming into each other, it's either a lookout going for an end, or it's an Elder Dragon. And yeah, almost an identical Neela deck. I believe actually identical.
The card shot is only card that I
Oh yeah,
see
no
missing.
cooled shot, and I believe one heavy metal instead. But wow, yeah, very very similar in the mirror. These are
both-
near identical decks.
Yeah, both of them going the greedier or like the more late game choice, and I like it. I like it more. I always liked Houseman much more because I think he's just so powerful.
Yeah, especially with the buffs to Divine Whirlwind, sorry, with the nerfs to Divine Whirlwind now being 6 cost, Wizened Helmsman has so much more value creating a free version of it, right?
Mhm.
As we get into the ban phase, and my god, seeing these decks stare each other down, it really is it's a house of mirrors right now.
Yeah, it just mirrors, but as we could have seen, a lot of different decks as well, Seraphine against Karma, even though, as always, what I was learned by BB is that Seraphine always beats Karma, so probably Seraphine being favorite in that one. And then I really wonder what the other bans, because I said a little bit differences. Maybe one other, 1-3-1 deck is a little favorite, a little bit more into different one.
So in my experience, the Gem Dragon version is favored in the mirror because you can just go slightly taller than your opponent.
Yeah, but then if you have like the Boulder, right, in the second deck list, so maybe that might be helpful though against that. But I do definitely agree that buffing the bird so much with the charms and stuff is so crazy thanks to that. And yeah, I'm not really sure about the bans. I wouldn't be surprised if it's both like Shivana ban, to be honest. But,
Yeah, you think the dragons are off the table here?
Yeah, I would probably expect that. But I'm exactly not sure with the matchups into like Jananila. But you can also then decide maybe ban the Seraphine set, for example, if you want to, for example, help your Karma set in a mirror, for example. Because just like Seraphine advantage in mirror is just mostly that it comes online much earlier, right? It comes online on turn 8 and 9, while Karma goes online on turn 10.
Definitely true, and if we do see them facing off against each other, we might go to a turn 25 match where it really is just who can spam as many showstoppers as possible and who can recall their engines well enough. And we're looking at whether the Jananila will ever be banned. I don't think Jananila is that scary enough to be banned, to be honest. I know it's a good deck in the meta, I don't think it's the best.
Yeah, are we just getting some news from the production that this matchup might not be happening?
It might not be happening. There are some connection issues with T409, it seems. So we'll try and keep you as in the loop as possible. Hello again, it's us. So, talking about this top 8, I've been pleasantly surprised with the deck variety throughout today, but it seems a lot when you look at this top 8. We're back to the tournament standards, right? We're back to the Ionia insert scaling champ here. And then the Jan and Neela especially has really been a powerhouse ever since the Neela buffs, it seems. Everyone's jumped on that hype train.
Yeah, like even in one words, right? So like, they did actually need a buff. That's maybe some question that you might be asking, but it's the most success, and it's a deck that I just love. I love when it got released. I played so much of it. I was actually, I think, one of the first people to put actually Neela in, because we started with like Samurai Jana, right? With Aikado playing that, and I was the seller of Neela Jana. And we're actually hopping into different matchup, because in that one we have some issues, so we're gonna be following skills against Ace. And,
yes. Well, earlier today we saw the Viego Mordekaiser banned on the side of skills, so it seems like we might be able to see it getting played. This has been really interesting to me, because now with the hate spike nerfs, we've seen it completely removed from a lot of Mordekaiser lists. So it'll be really interesting to see if they're able to remove all these low attacking units from the Nora's side and also the Jinx Cannon side.
Yeah, like definitely the lack of hate spec is big, because like hate spec was such a crucial card in the deck, because it was just 2 mana kill something very important, and like if you don't have it now, it can be definitely much harder into these kind of matchups.
Yeah, and you can never underestimate the power of a Husk as well. If you got Elusive Husk on your Viego, you kind of just won the game on the spot. So we're hoping to get into game very soon. This Nora Freljord deck you pointed out earlier, it's been picked up by a lot of players, and Frankly, I'm scratching my head as to why. I think they just see it as a control counter.
Yeah, it can ever be, and maybe, you know, they don't trust that much the Demas anymore, and they just want to go a little bit different. Like, you know, Asuna bringing some, you know, maybe elusive as well, like a different game plan as well sometimes with the variety of Protoss. But we are right into the game. On turn 5, we see Ace against Skill, as mentioned. Interesting hands.
It seems I misspoke. This deck list is actually running Hate Spike. Will get punished a bit for not creating a Husk anymore, because obviously that doesn't give Viego an encroaching mist on his drop from killing a Husk. But apparently Ace is looking very happy. That is a massive combat cook going in now, and the Glacial Saurian just to top things off. Wonder if Skills commits Vengeance. No, Death's Grasp instead.
Makes sense. Like, you
Makes
see
a lot of sense,
only
yeah.
having 1 mana, you can just freely kill it. And next turn, like, continue with things like Vega. Of course, it's just like you don't have many units on the board, while Ace is gonna be able to develop like things like Nora, you know, Combat Cook maybe again, and like that's a big junk construct.
Yeah, that is a sizable amount of junk right there. Deathless coming through. The interaction with Viego and Deathless is truly an interesting one, where the revived form sees the first Viego die, so it's a heavy progression towards his level up.
Yeah, it's preparation,
sure
but we
we've
have the
seen that.
blunder though here to
Do have
maybe
the blunder,
you know,
yes.
disable the Deathless eventually when we're gonna kill the Vegas. So it can be very, very good. But also skills is like Hydra right next round, and of course Hydra one is a very, very powerful with Vega, because not only it creates the dying, you know, ephemeral unit, but also it buffs your Vega as well. So very, very powerful play next round.
Boss a ton. Don't forget, if Viego dies with Deathless still up, you can get 2 Viegos on board because of that Rekindler, which could be very handy here. We're going to see the portal come through. Just Ace trying to find as many units as possible. Finds one, actually. Very, very nice. Actually swinging for lethal here, forcing out immediate action in the form of spells. The blunder coming through, I don't know how much value that brings right now.
I think we just playing it. If I don't know if opponent wants to hate spike from, for example, from the Vega, or you know, do something like that, that
Yeah, sure.
he doesn't get the value from that. You know, that's I think that's the
That makes a
Ace
lot of sense,
thought
yeah.
there. But we see the vengeance coming through, and doing
Still a
quite
lot
some
of damage.
Good value.
A lot of face damage here. We're going to see Salter create. Fury Husk isn't the best in the world, but we'll be seeing the Hydrovine likely dropping next turn for skills to keep this Viego pumping up. Saurian. Oh, that's a great portal pull. Being able to match this tall Viego.
What a hit! Because like not only this surgeon hit only, you know, it's a big hit, but also it provides us the further master, and with combination with 2 elusives that we're gonna have in Nora and the Tutu, we're gonna have big elusive attack, and we actually don't have to fight the Vega, you know, deck on board, but we can just dodge them with elusives. But of course we see the answers in things like Hate Spike and Vengeance from Skills Hand, but it's a very good hit for Ace.
Truly is awesome, and Ace might also just drop down the Saurian and say, no, you have to sack either your Viego or your Hydrovine. No, but instead goes for the play you suggested where it's just elusives. It makes a lot of sense.
So we go slowly leveling, of course. It's gonna take some time, but of course, slowly but surely, it's leveling. Interesting attack with the Hydra. I guess we gonna go for a Vega level up, because that's gonna be Anna, right? Because we're gonna have. It's gonna be Anna with the...
Viego is going to be progressed 13. He doesn't have passive available. Don't believe he has passive available. No, he doesn't. Yeah. So Viego became progressed 13, but that's a sizable unit. Well, technically 2 units that you just threw away.
I'm kind of surprised. Wait, if Vega's on a level up, why did we then attack with?
Yes, I'm not too sure on that one. This 4
It's only if
Demacia
you're
is
losing Hydra one, right?
backbreaking.
We're also losing the ephemeral blocker next round.
Yes, we are. Yeah, Viego getting back deathless, but that's not going to do anything
Ooh.
for Demacia.
But this,
pardon me.
this Mordecai is a top deck though. Isn't this Anna? You know, this Mordecai is just like... Because we're not doing it, we're not dying to Atlus? Oh, I guess
we are definitely dying
to... Pastry. Yeah. That's not Anna.
It's rough, especially as you won't get 2 Viegos. One of them will be stunned if you use Mordekaiser on it because of the Deathless passive. And skills back against the wall here. This for Demacia is so destructive.
I guess we survive because we can just play Fading Icon Adventure.
Dropping the only 2 interaction spells they have immediately.
But there's also issue that there's the overwhelm minute, right? That also
Yes.
no damage.
Don't forget, we also have that Sky Splitter. Buff up units if you need to push a bit further in. Okay, gonna create an extra mist.
Actually, don't have to be 2 miss, right? Because of Vega.
Yes.
So ability perk enough. So we're gonna get 2 blockers. We're gonna play Fading Icon. So we're actually gonna be able to block everything. While we are so Vengeance Dinora. And our vehicle is doing a level as well. Because Ace can paste here before combat if he really wants. But that's not do, and maybe keep it as a, you know, some burn damage.
Yeah, you have to block Saurian with Viego here. I fear. You could use your 5/5s to die first. Viego would level and get an extra +1/+1.
Yeah, right, but yeah, and also because we have also the Deathless, like you don't mind this Viego dying because Deathless, right? But we decided this differently. It doesn't that much matter because we're only pushing 4 damage plus Sky Splitter plus Paster, that's only 6 damage while we're having 8 health. So actually it's chilling kinda.
Very true, very true, yeah.
And now thanks to that, we can now actually use the Saurian against our enemy, right? Thanks to that. So we
yes, won't get the draw, but yes, the Overwhelmer will still be smashing through.
You can just play Mordekaiser, you know, and you know have it forever then, you know, as well. So.
Oh yeah, very true. Ownership does get nicked.
And yeah, this Vega just might stabilize this board, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Mordekaiser will, remember, create 2 Viegos. Which means skills will be stealing 2 of Ace Bombastico's units every turn. A glimpse beyond, very nice. Very nice.
Leveled. Wow, this Mordekaiser is as well leveled. And we get as well Impact. This seems very, very good for skills. Because we're gonna be able, thanks to the attack, we're gonna be able to heal as well.
Yes, we definitely are. As we're going to see the mists come out. Oh my god. It's such a wide board. And now Ace has just got 2 birds and a domination staring down these gods of the undead.
Skills able to survive, but are we able to win? Especially considering the double drain that we're gonna see from the... Even more drains, right? Because we're gonna be able to trade so much. Yeah, this seems very, very bad for Ace.
Ace, it was looking so good until it wasn't. Now the Death Realm has been summoned. And this Viego is so absurdly tall. And the draining has begun.
You can't even play anything now, you know. You would maybe want to, you know, set up Nara so you can play, you know, Rodent top deck or something. But it's gonna just die, you know, to these Vegas. Like, it's so sad.
It is absolutely brutal here. As Ace stares at his empty board, dropping a singular Nora that hate Spike exists. Come back, Kirk. Bishwhack, it's normally a lovely pull, but right now, completely useless.
Keep pushing like 5 damage, but that's just not
yeah,
enough.
it's pushing Well, it could be pushing 4 damage because you can deny the impact with hate
And
spike.
also like also heal with hate spike, right? So even less than.
Skills. Possibly just searching for another vengeance or death's
Also
grasp.
heal 1, right? Why not? Like just a heal 1.
Yeah, why
right?
not? It's a fair point. If you use Mordekaiser's Realm of Death, it's very funny, is what I'll say.
Isn't that lethal?
Mordekaiser's
right?
Realm of Death makes it
No, actually,
too...
no, that's actually lethal. Actually lethal because we have also the impact. That's lethal because you kill your warbird, you kill your enemy bird.
Oh yeah, of course, I completely forgot you slay your own board. We very rarely get to see Realm of Death being cast. So skills ends this out in style. Will haste to surrender when he sees the spell drop? I'd say it's likely.
Well, he's dead, right? But
Yeah.
I would just let it go. You know, it's
Yeah.
something that you don't see that often.
Yeah, it's a cool animation. Just click spacebar. It's fine. I just want to see what it looks like. Oh dear, Ace doesn't want to play right now. Skills
but
going
interesting,
1-0
it was-
up.
It was very close. It was very close. And at
It
some
was
point
very
I was
close.
like, okay, Ace is winning. It's winning. It seems so good for Ace. And then like it just flipped with the Mordekaiser flipping, giving flip Vega as well. What a game! What a game!
Now, are we going to see the zoo come out into Karmasek? It tends to be favored towards Nora in this matchup. But Jinx Cannon, of old, it was good at the peak of Returner Wrench into Karmaset, but frankly, I don't know what the modern matchup table looks like.
Yeah, man. Can Jinx into Karma is such a matchup that I was asking so many people when I was like preparing for some tournaments. I was like always like, okay, is this actually a good matchup or is it bad?
Yeah.
And I from one person I
bait?
heard it's a good Karma matchup. From some I've heard that it's good Jinx matchup. So I guess we're gonna see it now. And
It truly depends on who you're asking, it seems.
exactly.
Capsize, a card we don't see often being run by skills here, can be very influential into the Mecha Yordles and all the cheap cards that Ace is running.
Yeah, it can like completely shut down some turns, right? Because like the increased cost can be very, very crucial.
Well, skills considering just using it to eliminate Ace's turn 3.
He might be just like baiting, he might be like, okay, this is some, I don't know, second Mystic Shot or something like that, and being like, okay, I have it, and now, maybe Ace is thinking about it. I don't think he was really thinking about playing it, and, that's something that just provides some value. That's something that you have to be thinking about in tournaments. You are on constant pressure, and now maybe Ace is gonna make some mistake because he thinks that maybe Skills has Mystic Shot, and now, he's gonna be thinking about it and make different plays. And, that actually the bait might help him thanks to that.
Very a point now, as we're seeing the Electro Harpoon coming out. Not going to be notified. Skills says no. I think I have bigger fish to fry in this matchup, such as the Jinx's Rocket, or even Get Excited.
Something for your nerves, boss.
Set now drops, and it's going to start clearing away. Most likely just the Flame Chompers to stop people being annoying.
Beat losers, get paid.
Yeah, and the Flame Jumper is just so good because it's free, right? You're gonna then pick your blockers, right? But I decided to kill the units. I guess it makes sense because we see another Flame Chompers in Ace hand, because we see two baboons played, and even Ace has even third Flame Chompers in hand, so that can be also very, very valuable here. And overall, like Ace hand, it's pretty good, but it's lacking the top end, right? It's lacking some Jinx.
Yes. It's
And
lacking
that's
the
something that
Mecha
Ace is waiting
Yordles.
for.
Or anything to really utilize these Flame Chompers right now. The Flame Chompers are just going to sit in hand until Ace finally gets something big, and the bird is not something big.
Yes, that's like blowback, right? As well, like
Yeah.
there's so many good things that Ace could have gotten, but it's just not it. And like, sure, if I'm a 2-1s, but they do push some damage, but they're not gonna end the game. You need 30 Jinx for that. You need something better than this.
Fortunately, better is all Bombastico can pray for here. Skills looking quite dominant in the current board state, but obviously, if you don't draw Karma, then it's all meaningless. As now just pushing a little bit of extra damage towards the set, saying, if you ever try and recall him, I can just Mystic Shot you.
I like this play because you have also like double Mystic Shot. But let's be honest, like if Kennen Jinx is double Mystic Shotting set,
yeah, it's not good. Skills always has an answer. It's PNZ Ionia. You always have an answer. Taking out
if you
Kennen.
Have 8 cards in the hand. But I guess Ace is just praying for Jinx. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, I think he's just gonna play the Mystic Shot. He's gonna play Flame Chompers from hand, and he's just gonna play. Hopefully, my top deck is Jinx.
And as you said, it wasn't great earlier. It's starting to look a bit like a Prophet, as we're gonna see the tag out come through. And if Ace commits one more Mystic Shot, it's gonna be immediately notified. You've got to think.
Yeah, now this is the issue, like, sure, even if we top deck Jinx now, the Jinx is gonna die to this set, right? Next turn,
yeah.
So, like...
And if you play it unleveled, that's an Aftershock straight to the mush. So, yeah.
And there's the
here
Jinx.
we have Jinx.
Line starts here.
It just doesn't feel too good right now. And play short bets being drawn by Skills as well. So much draw in hand currently. And Set's just taking everyone to the cleaners.
Yeah, also like if I'm counting right, I think it's very easily for Skills to level up the set next round because we have formula, we have the placer bets, we have the coins, right? Like we have so much mana to spend next turn, so we have to capsize. I guess it might be actually like going towards the level up of set next turn, you know, just spending some mana.
I was gonna. There has to be a reason that Skills is prioritizing that because I feel like that's such a powerful card on the Jinx drop, especially. We're now getting Squeak up. They're expensive Mecha Yordles. Means Jinx will not be dropping this turn.
As we got a Professor 1 mech, a very, very valuable unit, of course, giving you 3 units in your hand, and that's very, very good. No, especially you're looking at our hand that we don't have any field left, basically outside of the Jinx, so I like that pick up a lot.
Very nice. Oh! Actually, a 3-1 is very tasty of a card right now. It's likely that one of these is going to sink a Concussive Palm. Just to deny these 3 attack units.
I wonder how sad this goes, because I think if we maybe coin Formula something, he might actually be level here, and we can maybe play the Showstopper. Or be very close to it, so...
Not leveled yet, but maybe one more Aftershock and he gets there. I think Phantom Butler get down. That Hallowed always being influential for the rest of the game as well. Bonk Palm set is just off leveling.
Be able to push 5 damage, that's very, very good in this spot. Especially considering that we have like basically 3 more damage from Jinx. Of course, Skills has Deny in his hand, but...
oh, it was 1 mana off. Doesn't feel great, but this turn he's feeling a-okay. Now using the Placer Bet, searching for that Karma to completely take over next round. Does not find it. Liminal Guardian, though, could do a lot of work.
I'm interested to see starting with Placer Bets. I would probably start up myself with Formula, because not only, you know, it costs less mana, right?
Yeah.
As a commitment.
It only costs 3 mana, yes.
But I guess this way you can maybe like coin into Karma, right? I understand, so... Maybe that. It of course costs less mana, but it costs more of unit mana, so...
Skills is running a difficult thing here. Because they're pretty sure Ace has a Jinx in hand. And knows one cost unit. But this cannon could be any other discard spell. And Jinx would be leveling.
Like Les is saying, now of course he knows that this is the last card from the Bone Meg. And we're passing, and we're gonna probably open attack here. But we have 9 lives as a skills, but you know, it's the game of the numbers. Is Ace gonna be able to find the damage here?
Your attack is obvious.
Everyone going up to block. Even a conk bomb could be used if skill gets very concerned. Fishing now. Doesn't find any immediate answers. The karma is lovely, but for next turn it's nice, not this current one. Skills can't really drop below deny mana. I'm not sure how many coins Skills currently has, but only taking 1 from the 6 wide open attack feels pretty damn good, I'm sure.
Yeah, so getting the showstopper, so like Ace gonna play the Jinx.
Yeah, Ace just can't play Jinx there.
Like then passive with the Fauna. I do like this play quite a lot. I guess he's just waiting to maybe, you know, he's probably gonna get more damage right eventually. Because that's what he's...
Skills deciding whether they use the showstopper. It doesn't have a huge amount of value right now.
I am like
It's just better to keep it, right? Like there's no
Ace gonna poke the bear a little. Says, come on, use it. I dare you. I wonder how much.
Go for more damage. Go for Kenny. I like that.
I do wonder how much value Ace Bombastico feels about just sacking Jinx anyway here. Again, I don't know. I doubt Skills has 4 coins to unlock the deny.
I think he's only 2 coins. He only play 1 place.
Oh, but the Nopify top deck for Skills is so big in this matchup. The karma comes down, and the Jinx will not be able to stick around.
Karma into formula into coin. Like, crazy
It's
value.
brutal.
Like, this Jinx is gonna die to this aftershock. This Jinx is gonna get notified. This Jinx is gonna get denied away.
No fight I can't win.
It's such a bad spot.
It's unfortunately very rough. Skills poised to go 2-0 up in the top 8, advancing to the semi-finals. As Ace managed to just get that final bit of reach. 2 rockets would do it, but Skills has so much disruption in their hand.
the tempest gathers.
Yeah, it's just such a rough spot. Like as I said, like are you actually playing it or not? Like it's not easy at all. It's so hard to play here. And like I guess I'm not against playing Jinx now, to be honest.
Ooh.
But like with the Nopify, with the deny, like Skills know that it's Jinx, right?
Skills
like,
with the preemptive Shenemo. Ace Bombastico just dropping the Jinx
Stands for Jinx.
to end the game with a bang.
back to we can just coin now and have the
Points
Nopify
exist,
deny.
yeah.
Me in the
Kill the Jinx, like it's just despair.
Ace, any hope for Ace comes with top decking Jinx, but I'm pretty sure it just will get immediately aftershocked.
Into Urka denied, yeah. Like that's the thing. That's playing against Iona. You try something, you get Nopify. You try it again, you get denied. And you're even losing the board with Showstopper now. Like that's game over.
Yeah, it's gotta feel like it, definitely. As all 4 units of Ace get blown up from the high rope. Set comes down hard. And now, I'd say Skills has got a pretty decent board right now. Gets even more draw. And oh dear, the promoter not able to discard anything. It's a dead draw, to say the least.
Little too late. Imagine having this draw like turn 5 right when we had so many trumpets in our hand.
Yeah, that would have been crazy. Yeah, it would have completely flipped the match if you're able to get a smash and dash or powerful big cards like that who have so much health. Karmasa would really struggle to deal with that on turn 5.
Yeah, definitely. So sad to see. And then we just like ending the game. We're just playing out even though we know the outcome. I guess we can play for the DC win con in the end.
Yeah, play for the DDoS win con.
Yeah, and now
Definitely
even with
available.
healing now as well. Yeah, it's Joe.
It's unfortunate. Round 13. Unlucky number 13 for Ace Bombastico. As, yep, that rummage is not going to do a huge amount. And a 3-mana deny sounds pretty good to me back in beta days. As Skills now kind of playing with their food a little. Just Mariam fishing, building a full board.
My funny thing is, it's still kind of hard to end the game with Skills. Like that's maybe the funny
Yeah,
thing, that even though he's so ahead, it's so hard to end here because
I don't know if he's gonna fish for Big Cat. And just had a feeling. Oh wait, no, sorry, this version doesn't run Big Cat. Never mind.
Yeah, Seraphine does, but the Karma version usually doesn't. But yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear. Fortunately, nothing you can play can survive the onslaught of spells that is coming through.
Actually, Skill's gonna be able to finish up with Showstopper, right? Because he can formula like maybe some more spells, Showstopper, and finish up the game.
Moat coming out. You close off this match, just tagging out, throwing the Earthshaker back into Ace's hand. As now, they're just handshaking, as they both know how this turn ends. Near exact lethal. Ace holding on with 1 HP for how much longer? I'm not too sure. I'll probably just fishing for a mystic shot or something of the like.
We just go for
oh no, the showstopper. Yeah.
Ended with the style, right?
Absolutely. How stylish could you end this if it's not with a huge slam down from Set just to do 1 Nexus damage. And that will be a 2-0 for Skills. Another 2-0 in this top 16 bracket.
I love 2-0s. As far as, like, once again, the first game was almost won, and the second game was so unplayable.
Yeah, it felt really rough, Ace, in that second game especially. I had a bit of hope in game 1, but unfortunately, the Mordekaiser Elder Dragon deck was able just to print Viegos until the God of Death himself claimed the Drain and the Nexus. We are seeing if there's any more top 8 games going on right now as we ended in game 2. So hopefully there's some game 3s out there and not everyone was 2-0'd in this bracket. As we are going to say hi to you again. Hello there. It's us. Hi, in case you've forgotten what we looked like in the short 15-minute match that was. So, we've got our first quarter finalist in the form of Skills. Do you have any predictions of any of the other players that are likely to go through? We saw a great play by Arcare earlier. And as we actually are dipping into Mango Smoothie versus Okusen, game 3.
And it's Echo Jinx against the Norade that we saw so many times today. And I don't really know the matchup, to be honest. I think it might be winnable for both sides. I think Wixen is pretty big in this matchup.
I think it's winnable for both sides, but it's very reliant on pulling... the Echo Jinx is incredibly reliant on pulling Echo.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think Jinx
usual.
has enough... So,
like the usual, right? When you're playing Echo Jinx, like usually it's about Echo having the good curve. But then, things like Freeze might come into play for like Akusen, right? That's very big. But also things like Wixen can deny the, the end game for after Varden. But, after Varden is very hard for Echo Jinx to play because Echo Jinx just doesn't do well into big units, usually.
Yeah. They just don't have enough juice in them for a Jinx Rocket to clear that out. As we're seeing, the buffed up Challenger doesn't have enough attack to kill a level Jinx, unfortunately. But yep, using the skip that... okay, that was a strange interaction.
Wow.
It looked like it hit the board. The mana was spent, but oh well. I think that might be a visual bug.
Yeah, that's
on Mango Smoothie's end. Yes, so there is a second Mariam on board. She's just very sneaky and invisible. As now we're seeing the Super Mega Death Rocket being unlocked for Mango Smoothie. I'd say on a good timer, I'd say turn 7 is pretty decent for leveling Jinx, quite standard, and that any earlier you'd be quite surprised. And it's going to be able to clear out few of these annoying zoo animals. We are working on getting Ocarson's POV of what their hand is, but until then, we've got a personal Mango Smoothie stream.
Yeah. Big thing is that, yeah, it's turn 7, we can have turn 8, turn 9, and then it's Rowden turn, right? So we have 2 more turns before Rowden's gonna hit. So we can create 2 more rockets, right? And that's like 9 damage. So we can eventually get there, especially if Ocarson doesn't have an answer. We of course don't know yet, because we don't know Ocarson hand. But there's things like, you know, the 3 sisters, right, as an answer.
Buried in ice.
Maybe some buff on the challenger, right? Buried in ice, exactly. So there's some quiet answers from Ocarson that he of course can stop this Jinx crazy value, but we will see, I guess.
Mango gonna be able to push good damage as well with these elusive units because there is a Warden and a 3 sisters. So you're right. Both Ocarson's good outs are currently available. It does mean this Jinx nor this Clockling can really get in for a strike, but I think you're happy to trade 3 sisters for Clockling. Oh, actually just going for the Entomb onto Jinx. Stop that card generation and that missile generation until turn 9.
Yeah, definitely. Like, that's something that you just love to see.
I've never seen this visual bug before, I'm going to be honest. Miriam's finally joined the fray. She's wanted to say hi to her mates. She's here now. So, Ocarson will be able to challenge the Clockling and get a free Nora hit off. But the Mystic Shot top deck for Mango Smoothie delay Ocarson quite significantly, that being able to shoot out this Nora, or at least force a defensive spell.
As for another Entomb is so big, right? For another Jinx, you know, you can just stop her again. And that's so big for you.
What's actually surprising is that Packer Cub from the portal is going to do a lot of work because it's going to create a Packer Lookout. Just another unit for Water of the Tribes to buff up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fierce.
To save Nora, makes sense.
Mango Smoothie. You got blockers, but they're all pretty low attack. How are you going to deal with this Nora? How are you going to deal with this Warden? I'd be very concerned if I was in this board state.
Now it's a party.
Oh, never mind, it's a Chrono Break, but it's a Buried in Ice! 2 answer! Absolutely massive for Ocarson off the top. And I believe that could be open lethal. Just doing the math. Yeah, that would be open lethal if Ocarson... no, going to have to trade down a lot of this board here, they feel. Want to risk it.
It's kind of weird to be first to block here because you want to keep doing it for Rowden, right? But also you don't want to take any damage because you're still scared of, like, you know, get excited top deck, right, from Jinx and these kind of stuff. So it's not the easiest spot for Ocarson to play it correctly here.
Very, very difficult right now. Mango, well, I'd say 100% is gonna Chrono Break here. It's a no-brainer. Now, Ocarson, yeah, are you going to Warden or not? That was what I was feeling. Says yes, I don't care. I just want to hit face, but obviously this Jinx will now try and die if she tries to swing in because of the Water of the Tribe buffs. It's not a great board state.
But the big to mention is that this Jinx didn't create a rocket because she was entombed, right? And because it's the same copy, that means that she already created the rocket that turn. And that's a healing! Ooh!
Lifesteal, a very good lifesteal unit. Voice of the Risen, also very juicy. Don't think Mango has enough time to be able to drop this and survive. Ocarson wouldn't be surprised.
No quicksand, right?
No quicksand. I don't think it matters, to be honest, if you quicksand. Because you still have to block them anyway. You're still losing units. Right? Yeah, it would save him,
Yeah,
but
like using but they would survive, right? They would survive, but yeah, like because of no quicksand. And something I guess Akusen is now kind of thinking about, if opponent has quicksand or not, what I can do about that. But of course we can see from manga that he doesn't have anything. He has the door border, he has the voices of the reason, but it's just not Anna. Going for Siren makes a lot of sense, playing around the quicksand. I like this play quite a lot. And yeah, it's just sad. Just sad to see, but it seems like Okusen is going into top 4 with this rank.
yeah, trading all of their units down, just try to push as much face damage as possible. Gonna say goodbye to that Battlesmith. Didn't last long on this earth. But obviously, that 3 heal is so influential here. It just doesn't matter. The overwhelmed power of Warden of the Tribes means Okusen advances to the semi-finals. Mango Smoothie leaving this tournament in the top 8.
Yeah. It was an interesting game. We of course catch only half of it, but it seems like there wasn't that. There was, I guess, echo because we saw the cornerback, right? But I guess
Yes,
he died
yeah.
to maybe some
Very true,
phrases or
very
something
true.
like that. But yeah,
It seems
if we're
like
able to stop
Okusen.
echo in this matchup.
It seems like Okusen was able to get that Janna Volley Bear deck that we picked out earlier out. So I hope we get to see more of that, maybe in the semis, maybe in the finals, if Okusen goes much further. Michael, I've really enjoyed today's matches. I think they've done very well overall.
Yeah.
I do not believe we have any more of the top 8 to go. So we're going to go over to a bit of a break. And after that, we will see you here for the semi-finals of the EMEA Open. Don't go anywhere. And if you do, come back soon. Hello, we are back for the top 4 semi-finals of today's EMEA Open. I'm still Rory B, that's still Attack, and we have got a banger series lined up for you. Hopefully, we'll see some new decks today. We're hoping for the Janna Volibear, we're hoping for the Ashe LeBlanc. Which is your favourite? What are you more excited to see out of these decks that we haven't quite touched on this tournament so far?
I want to see Ashe LeBlanc. It's a deck, we know since 2020. It was Ashe Sejuani, right, back in the time. And
yes,
I'm excited to see that as well. Tipo Kitten also very hype. As well, of course, the Nora deck as well that we see. Neela John as well. Yeah, I'm very excited to see this matchup. And we're in top 4. Big stakes now, You're just two series away from becoming the Open champion. And it's something, that of course everyone wants to be, so.
Yeah, completely. And we've already seen some of Okusen on stream today. We haven't seen any of Donavetta. We haven't seen how aggressive they are in their playstyles. And I believe we're about to, yes, see that they 2-0'd T409 in the last round. Okusen, as we watched, was able to beat out Mango Smoothie.
Mm-hmm. And on the second, we have Akari going against Skills. Skills, of course, as we could have seen, won against Ace Bombastica, and Akari defeated Kines Kramos 2-1. So there was some 2-1s actually, not only 2-0s as you were saying, but
yeah, a few 2-1s.
Once again,
there were some sprinkled throughout the top 16 bracket, that's for sure. Not all complete dominations, but as we are approaching this semi-finals, I am expecting both these series to go 2-1. These are very, very strong competitors at the top of this Open, and I think it's going to go all the way. We're in for definitely a few more games, that's for sure. And I believe we're about to go to the deck lists as we get to take a peek under the hood at what Donavetta especially is bringing. We're going to start with Okusen though. We're going to start with the LeBlanc Ashe.
Very standard deck.
No, please go on.
Oh, very, very standard deck, very powerful deck as well. We of course can see the addition of Yadosuke Snowdog, and of course things like Combat Cook, something that I think I was the first person to be actually on. Very, very powerful.
Oh, you think you were the first?
Very often has 5 attack. Yeah, I think I was the first actually.
It's a bold claim on stream.
I'm pretty sure about that. But next up we have Timo Caitlyn.
Yes, very excited for this
deck.
Charlotte and Fishmonger, a new introduction to the deck that's really replaced the Hextech Landmark, Hextech Foundry of Eternal. I have always been under-impressed by this card, to be honest. It's never felt that great for me, but Okusen clearly disagrees and has found a lot of success for it. And then we've got this standard Nora Freljord that we've seen so much today. Nothing that amazing, only one Sky Splitter, which does raise an eyebrow to me, being such a powerful card, but obviously saying Mini-Morph needs an inclusion somewhere.
Yeah, Mini-Morph is very, very powerful, especially into things like Karma Set. We could have seen a lot today, being able to shut down the Karma, shut down the set, right? Yeah, in the burst speed, so opponent cannot deny it, for example. So, very, very powerful spell. And now we're gonna go on the Donavetta decks, where we see Karma Set, a deck that we've seen quite a lot today. This is the 3 Aftershock version, otherwise very, very standard list.
Yeah, and all the decks we've seen already today. Moving on, we're going to be looking at this Elder Dragon Demacia deck that, it's almost standard now with Demacia Elder Dragon. We'll look at that in just a second. But, yeah, Karma Set, there we go. This one is the Shyvana variant with Bodir of Blackened Ice instead of Gentle Gem Dragon to have that more impactful turn at 10 when those thralls come out of their landmarks.
Mm-hmm. Only 5 tracks, maybe something that catch off guard, because we could have seen the 8 tracks, right, from in the last series, and that's maybe only 5 tracks is not that much, but having like, a little bit less interaction, but having like better late game things like Border. And the last deck is Nila Jana, also that we've seen quite a lot today. It's the version with one card shot, otherwise triple Houseman, triple Sunken Temple, going more into having more value than just going the aggressive turns with the Nila's boat. So yeah.
Yes, and so Donavetta going for the, I'd say, standard lineup in this open, and against him, as Orkison is running a much more personal, I'd say. This is a personal deck lineup. It's really what they wanted to bring instead of what they thought would dominate.
Yeah, it's not the standard decks, right? It's triple failed even, so you can maybe see like, valuing phases a lot in this open, for example. Yeah. And that's something that, for example, isn't that good into formulas, but we see the other dragon with Shivana though this time, so might be very more powerful there though.
It does make me think that a year ago people were complaining that Freljord was utterly unplayable, and then they get a few extra tools to their roster and people are running triple Frel in the lineups. Or even in Worlds, people are running triple Freljord, so it's just very funny how fickle two introduced cards can be.
Yeah, it's like Omen Hawk, right, buff as well. Of course, being also impactful on that stage as well, especially like Yedlowski Snowdog helping it quite a lot. From the band's perspective, though, I do think that Donovan is gonna probably protect this Shivana deck, because I think this Shivana deck might have big issue winning here, right? Because Raiden goes bigger, then you have so many phases. So I would assume that even Eshla might be the ban, or maybe just Timo Keitanen, because Karmasit also struggles into this matchup.
Nila Jana is not great into Caitlyn Timo just because of the presence of flash bombs killing off all your 1 HP units, and you want to draw as much as possible. Karma Set classically loses to Caitlyn Timo. The freezes don't have as much value, but just you draw so much playing Karma Set that Shrooms eventually knock you out. So I think that could be your priority here.
I can see that though, but I think because you want to help the Shivana, right? The Shivana deck isn't that too scary because you see Red and you lose that. You lose to Eshla Black. So then you're like thinking, okay, I guess Timo Keitanen is kind of bad for my other two decks, but I might need to help this Shivana deck, I might need to help its matchup.
Yeah, get an easy win on the board. Yeah, I completely understand that. And as players are now locking in their bans, and we will see them very shortly, but Ash LeBlanc has always been an interesting one to me, because people have already been quite scared of taking it to tournaments, I feel. Even though it's quite consistent in the way it buffs the deck, it's always come up a bit slower than it wants to run.
Yeah, it's a polarizing deck, right? That's something that I guess people are scared of, because like if you meet any Demacia, if you meet any deck that is a lot of units, then it's a very powerful deck. But the second you meet a lot of spell heavy decks, it doesn't tend to do that well. And that's of course the issue of the Eshla Blank, but
even with the introduction of Sky Splitter and Yudolski to give your units additional buffs, it's just one Aftershock, right? One Rogue Aftershock shuts down your LeBlanc, and then you're like, oh, what? How do I close out a game? It can be really difficult if you can't get your Ash